Holy hand grenade of Antioch. I just went to pick up my phone to say, hey, by the way, you know, turn off the sound. And, come on. Weird. Are we there? Wow, okay, apparently my YouTube stream is really delayed. Okay. Odd. 1, 2, 3. Um, okay then. Weirdness. Anyway. Alright. It is now the 9th. It is 6 o'clock-ish. Back to my normal stream time. I was planning on streaming it this time last week. Uh, did not happen. Had trouble getting going on Tuesday. And so delayed it until 7 o'clock, which is what my stream time had got shifted to due to work schedules. But now I'm back to my usual stream time. So, and then we get Future Sight tonight. Future Sight is an odd set. I mean, to be fair, the entire time spiral block to begin with is kind of odd. So we're trying to figure out. Oh, that's okay. That's fine. That's just my bag of snacks. In case of emergency, grab snacks. And my time spiral block. The premise of it, surprise, surprise, for those that have been paying any attention, if you're new here, welcome. Um, but the premise of it was time. Surprise, surprise. And time spiral itself referenced the past. You know, lots of cards that had big references to Magic's past. Cards that referenced Black Lotus and Ancestral Recall and other interesting cards through Magic's past. At that point, there was Eureka, Wheel of Fortune, Living End, Balance. Many of which have found a home some one way or another in other formats like Modern or Legacy or what have you. And, you know, cards that had like flanking uh, or abilities that, you know, other abilities that you'd seen many years prior that just weren't a thing anymore, uh, or cards that resembled something from Magic's past. Planar Chaos was basically, what if we took a look at Magic's present through an alternate lens? Um, Certain abilities and so forth that we're used to seeing. What if they were put in a different color, for example, instead? And the poster child for this was Damnation. It was going to be literally Wrath of God ported over into white. And there were some other cards of that nature. This is where we got Prodigal Pyromancer from. This is where we got, I think, Pyrohemia also came from the same set. Black got some counter spells and other blue feeling shenanigans. Black often ends up feeling like the right, like depending on what you're looking for. Um, if you're considering a card a protection spell, then maybe white makes more sense. And you know, if you're looking at through, black is also not immune to having some kind of protection spell. Um, the ability for creatures to come back into play when they die right away. You know, the oh, what's like giving a creature persist, for example. Persist or undying is very much that sort of thing is very much in Black's wheelhouse. And and Red historically had cards like, Ball Lightning, 3 red, and you get a 6/1 with trample and haste that you sack at the end of turn. Well, if we were to move that to another color, what other color would make the most sense? Green seems logical. And so you went from Ball Lightning, you went to Groundbreaker. And very much, let's take a bunch of stuff that we know from Magic and let's see what happens if is there another color where it makes sense. Um, and then Future Sight was taking a look at where Magic might go to in the future. And because there's possible futures that Magic could end up going, they want to cover a lot of different options. And I think part of what Future Sight was for was to see how people react to um, certain ideas, certain mechanics, certain play styles, etc., that come up in specifically out of Future Sight. How people react to the card specifically, and how people react to how it's being presented more generally. So, for example, a good ask, for example, would be a card like Imperial Mask. When this enters, if it's not a token, each of your teammates creates a token that's a copy of this enchantment. And then you have Hexproof, which would be, the eventual keywording of it. But realistically, it's referencing teammates. And, well, how do people, how do people not just react to the card itself, but react to the idea of Magic being played as a team game? You know, And to be fair, things like Two-Headed Giant and Emperor were already things. And some might say, well, how would that handle in, in Pentagram or other other formats where you don't necessarily have teammates per se, but you've got shared enemies. So Pentagram, for example, uh, doesn't matter which one. Tools, size, large. Open. Nope. Open image, a new tab. There. If you take a look at the back of a card, like I've got showing on my screen right now, and I usually start out white just because it happens to be at the top. It's you have to start somewhere. And so if you take a look at where white is, and you know, blue and green ally with white, and red and black are its two enemies. Pentagram is played with 5 people. In theory, each playing a monocolored deck. So the person playing white is sitting in the white seat. The person playing blue is sitting in the blue seat. The person playing black is in the black seat. Red gets red and green gets green. Spread around the table. And so, for example, red wins if during the course of gameplay, irrelevant what happens to the other players, white and blue are the first two, white and blue get knocked out before anybody else's enemies. I'm saying this again. Please hold. Right. So if white and blue are knocked out, red wins. And it is possible to end up with there being 2 winners. If green and blue are knocked out, uh, and then white is knocked out, well, then black and red, one can say they both win, or one could also say, okay, now the two of you fight to the death. Whoever wins, that wins. I would say they jointly win, because at that point, if black beats red, for example, well, then what do you do about the fact that red and green are knocked out and blue's been out? Yeah, it's easier just to say they jointly win, in my opinion. Anyway, so in a format like Pentagram, if you're playing white, does this mean that blue and does this mean that blue and green both end up with an Imperial Mask token? I would probably say I would probably say no, but I would probably leave it up to the group to decide. Anyway, so yeah, so because Future Sight is looking ahead at Magic's possible future, They bring in cards that may or may not be a thing. You know, they're bringing in cards that might be, might have mechanics that may exist sometime later. For example, Grandeur, I believe, only exists in Future Sight as a mechanic. Yeah, and one reference to it in MH3. Otherwise, everything else is from Future Sight. So very much a smorgasbord. And I think in Future Sight itself, how many mechanics in Future Sight? uh, mtg.wiki. Future Sight. 81 cards were quote unquote future shifted. Uh, Mechanics. Future Sight introduced the following new mechanics. Alright, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 already existing. 3 that were names for mechanics that already existed, but we didn't have an actual keyword for yet. New mechanics. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Yeah, 13 new mechanics. Well, 12 new mechanics and a twist on cycling. We originally only had um cycling and cycling with a basic land, like with a land type attached to it. And now we have two more types of cycling, and now we've seen it expand on. But yeah, take a look at this keyword / ability words. This entire section here. This is just a single set. Back in the day, this would have been like probably like 3 blocks worth, at least, of mechanics. This is just, you know, compare Planar Chaos, which has got like 10-ish, and Time Spiral itself, which has got 3, 6, 9, 11. So you're looking at like 21 mechanics. And now you take a look at what's in at what's in the future site, and you've got more than are in the entirety of Time Spiral and Planar Chaos combined. So, yeah, it was it was a little complicated. It was a little complicated time. And again, for newer players were going, what have I walked into? And old hats were enjoying this because they got a lot of the stuff that was going on to begin with. You know, stuff that might be a new mechanic. A lot of the time was just a twist on an old mechanic, or keywording a concept that we already use and actually just giving a name to it and so forth. So it was for old school players, it was a lot easier to absorb. You know, pun not intended. That being said, let's get through this. Uh, Lucent Limited. This was the first time that we had encountered an enchantment creature. This was the first time that we had a creature that at the exact same time was also an enchantment. And this was the first one that many of us had ever seen. And you take a look at it, it's like, okay, it's 5 mana for a 3/3 flyer, okay, and that was it. Keep in mind, this is also back in 2007, nearly 20 years ago now. When creatures were, I mean, they weren't bad, but they weren't as powerful as they are now. And plus, you were also paying a little extra because it's also an enchantment. And so, stuff that cares about enchantments, for example, anything that can tutor up an enchantment can tutor up Lucent Limited. The problem is, once we actually started to get a set where we actually had enchantment creatures, for example, during Theros, Born of the Gods, during Antinex, etc. Like, this was interesting at that point, and then it got kicked to the curb once we actually got, because this would have been much easier to cast at that point. They're basically treated like any other creature with a little extra synergy in some places and a little extra not immunity, susceptibility in other cases. For example, green can much more easily deal with enchantment creatures than it can with regular creatures because it's got all its naturalized effects. So, Lucent Limited, I'd be like, honestly, this is the kind of card where the only sensible, realistic home I can see for it would be based on things like its art, which, to be fair, credit where it's due. Eric Fortune, really, really good art for this card. I love the way it looks. And maybe in a very low-powered elemental deck, maybe. But as far as like playing it straight up on what it is, or hilariously, something maybe based on its name. We are looking at alliteration here. So maybe something there. But I don't see it being played realistically in in very many decks at all. It doesn't make sense to me to be the kind of card that I would gear somebody towards in general. It is very pretty and it is very colorful. I will give it that. Again, no slight on no slight on Eric Fortune's art style. It's a beautiful card from that perspective. But from playability, I wouldn't bother. Semite Sensor Bear. I think I'm only just realizing now that this is better than I thought. You sacrifice it to prevent the next damage that be dealt to each creature you control. Now, normally it's target creature or player, which would be, eroded these days to, to say quote unquote any target. But this is to each creature you control. Which does help a lot when it comes to combat, for example. Plus, again, it is a rebel. They were trying to bring back the rebel type and the mercenary type, I think, as well, but more specifically the rebel type during this block because it was a very big deal during Mercadian Mask's block. And so having more rebels that had interesting, useful abilities. Also, I will point out, the bearer does not tap for its ability. It's white and sack, so it doesn't even matter if it's tapped for whatever reason. It is, you know, no thank you. I enjoyed watching your stream. Yeah, you only just popped in. Nah, I'm not dealing with that bull crap. Yeah, you've already left. Mm-hmm. Thought so. So this could have been attacking. This could have been forced to enter tapped. This could have been tapped for convoke. This could be tapped for any sort of, any number of reasons. And then suddenly it's like, hey, I have a way to sacrifice myself that doesn't require being tapped, etc., etc. And preventing one damage to each creature you control this turn. That can kind of do a lot. You know, you might want to consider this as like a combat trick that can actually get in for the occasional point damage. And additionally, block an additional creature. If your opponent's got a 6/6, as long as or something like that, as long as it doesn't have trample, you don't care. Yeah, I think this is I think Semite Sensor Bear is actually an okay card. Even the odds is the problem I see with a card like even the odds is there's the way I want to build the deck would be like taking my mono white commons deck, which is based around, spending one card, getting at least two bodies out of it. And, you know, taking off the restriction of it being only commons. Because this is a great sort of card to put into a deck like that. Because it can make 3 bodies at instant speed for 3 mana. Problem is, You can only cast it if you have fewer creatures than each opponent. So if everybody else at the table's got more than you can cast it. But you're playing white. You're probably trying to knock their creatures out. So you're only playing this if you are already behind compared to everybody. It's harder to set things up in that way. However, now that I'm thinking about it, if you're behind compared to everybody, well, set yourself up so you can be behind compared to everybody. So maybe you're playing, maybe you're building this for like words for a mono white aristocrat style deck. And if you're doing something like that, and apparently mono green is actually quite buildable, so if mono green is quite buildable, mono white should be a thing. And so, in a deck like that, like, I don't think I would play a card that gave me two bodies for an aristocrat's style deck based around, generating tokens. Like something that came into play that when it died made tokens. That's one thing. But something that just out and out made tokens, I don't think I would do that for aristocrats. But if it made at least three bodies and a very cheap price, now we're talking. Aristocrats does not mind sacrificing its cards for fun and profit. So a card like this, I think is likely to get played in that style of deck. I would not play Raise the Alarm. Which is 1 white plus 1 instant, 2 1/1 white soldier tokens. This is an extra mana, also an instant. Wow. I've been on for half an hour. I've already had to ban one person and then had somebody else message twice trying to ban evade. In like the last 5 minutes. Anyway, so yeah, Raise the Alarm. I don't think I'd bother with. I don't think it. I don't think a card like that does enough. Even the odds, I think I would consider, and other similar cards like Triplicate Spirits, etc. Anything that can make me three bodies. Because honestly, if I'm playing mono white aristocrats, I'm not playing commons only. I'm taking that restriction off. I am, yeah, I'm going to play what I can play, and for an extra mana, and like again, being able to sacrifice what I want when I want, you know, and set things up in a way that's useful for me. Yeah, I would play even the odds. Imperial Mask, when it enters, if it's not a token, each of your teammates creates a token that's a copy of this enchantment. You don't need to be able to play a team game for this to be useful. You have hexproof. That is, you can completely ignore this sentence right here and just play it with this. Okay? You have Ivory Mask, which is basically the same card. It's just 2 white plus 2 versus white plus 4. True Believer, which is the exact same thing on a 2/2 body for 2. And then Solitary Confinement, which is the interesting version of it. It does give you Shroud. Makes you skip your draw step and discard a card, so you're going to need another way to draw cards. Prevent all damage to be dealt to you. Now, yes, there's other ways to get Shroud. Oh, that's Shroud. That's not hexproof. You have hexproof. Lots of ways to get hexproof. I'm going to sort these by mana value, actually. Aegis of the Gods, Crystal Barricade, which came out. You only came out in Foundations. Interesting. Keen-eared Sentry. Each opponent can't venture in the dungeon more than once each turn. Lol. Metropolis Reformer. Yeah, Metropolis Reformer I always kind of liked. 3 mana for 2/3 Flying Vigilance. So like half a Sarah Angel. Right there. You could stop there and I'd be fine with it. You have hexproof, and whenever it's dealt damage, you gain that much life. The funny thing there is a lot of stuff that deals damage directly to a target, especially in Standard. This is no longer in Standard, but only dealt 2 damage at a time. You'd need like an actual creature most of the time to deal 3. Teo the Shield Mage, Leyline Sanctity, Witchbane Orb, Enduring Angel. When it attacks, double your life total, no big deal. Imperial Masks, Orb of Warding, Spirit of the Hearth, which is hilariously a cat spirit. Thieves know that a Snarl in the Night means rob another house. It doesn't look amazing. 6 mana, 4/5 flyer. You have hexproof. That one line does a lot of work. So, getting hexproof or shroud, so easy. But yeah, Imperial Mask, if you're looking to get hexproof, depending on what kind of ways you're looking at to do it, it's an option. It's an enchantment. It's one of the card types that's harder to remove. White can do it. Green can do it. Black can occasionally do it because black is getting enchantment removal recently. Red can kind of sort of do it by trying to turn it into something else. Um, Pardon me. Blue can look at and either get off the board temporarily or copy it. But compare that to, for example, being a creature, which everybody's got ways to deal with. Even blue can get creatures off the, can destroy or exile creatures. I mean, the thumbnail for last week, for crying out loud, was Pongify. So, yeah. I would probably rank Imperial Mask higher up than usual, because it is a harder to kill version of it. Next, Gold Medal Lookout. Gold Medal Lookout gave us... This is our first white, this is our first spell shaper. I mean, it calls it a spell shaper. That makes named tokens, and those names will be of cards. They will be of creature cards that has specific abilities. What do I mean? Gold Medal Lookout. White tap. You get a 1/1 white Kitkin Soldier, named Gold Medal Harrier. The token has the ability white tap, tap target creature. So think about this. 1 white, you're going to get a 1/1 creature named Gold Medal Harrier. The ability on the creature is white tap, tap target creature. Gold Medal Harrier came in Lorwyn. 1 white, you get a 1/1, pay white, tap, tap target creature. 1 white, 1/1, white, tap, tap target creature. We got a cycle of these. This is the white one. You get a 4 mana 2/2 with the ability to make tokens of Gold Medal Harrier. There's quite a few of those that you'll end, there's one for every color, plus a colorless one. So there's 6 in total. And they'll all be the same idea. I don't think I would play the Gold Medal Lookout unless I'm looking for a discard outlet. At which point, how many discard outlets do you want / need? One that I was looking at, I was trying to come up with a mono white reanimator deck for Modern. And I found this was legal. And I was entranced by it because it's something cheap to cast, white and discard a card, no tapping involved or anything, so I can do it multiple times a turn, gain 3 life, which will help also against aggressive decks. So, it helps me with my, it gives me a useful discard outlet, and it helps me buffer my life total against aggressive decks, storm decks, etc., etc. I see Gold Medal Lookout, I'm much less interested in something like that, where I can only do it once a turn. If I can only do it once a turn because I've only got one card in hand, that's a different problem. This is not that problem. I would rather have, and a good example here would be if I go to my Jund Reanimator deck. Visual spoiler. Pull out those, pull out those. My discard outlets. You know, I have Volrath the Fallen, and I have Zombie Infestation. I'll be honest, I'm a little less thrilled with some of these, but I also am not relying on being able to discard cards. I have, you know, half a dozen cards, 7 actually, whose job it is to get something into the graveyard from my library. I've also got a few cards whose job it is to let me get a creature from my hand directly into play without having to reanimate in the first place. So, I do have ways around. I do have other ways, but if I'm going with a straight reanimator deck, I want as much like my favorite card for an effect like this is still Zombie Infestation. um so yeah, I'm less thrilled with Gold Medal Lookout. What it does do is it does put a bunch of creatures into play. Like over time, it does put creatures into play. And so, if that's a thing that you're going for, I would prefer Ication Crier, which I did originally have um in my mono white commons, you know, spend one card, get at least 2 bodies out of it deck. I did have that in there. I took it out because it wasn't doing enough. So I think Gold Medal Lookout will probably run into the same problem. Lumen Threadfield, Lumith Threadfield is hilarious. When it's face down, it's a 2/2 creature because it's face down. So of course it's a 2/2 creature. You turn it face up, it's an enchantment. I think this might be the first time, because I don't think we've encountered it apart from Time Spiral Block. I think this was the first time. Let's see here. Date less than TSP O colon morph. If we had anything that wasn't a creature that had morph. Turn trigger card. Yeah. We have not had a morph that was not a creature before Time Spiral Block. So this is the first time frame. And actually, you know what? Nope. Future Sight was the first time we had morphs that when you turned them face up turned out not to be creatures. There were at least 3 of them. There was a land, Zoetic Caverns, And there was, I want to say, was it Wet Wheel? We'll figure that out eventually. But yeah, they were non-creatures. Ah, I got Throws Zoetic Cavern in my mono blue ramp deck. Why? Because it's a land that I can play face down as a 2/2 creature and turn it face up. And hey, by the way, it's a land. It allows me to cheat on playing lands. You know, getting sneaking an extra land into play and then turning it up later. Anyway, yeah, Lumen Thread Field, great. Like as such, it's fine. Popper loves this card, loves it. Giving all your creatures +0/+1 is one thing, and suddenly going, hey, by the way, I'm not actually a creature. You know, you try to blow it up with something like Cast Down, let's say. Cool, turn it face up, it's Lumen Thread Field, which also counters your spell because it's, you know, you're trying to target a creature and what you're targeting isn't actually a creature. No big deal. And yeah, great card. Um, if you're playing, obviously, if you're playing with enough face down cards that you know, your opponent can't be sure what this is, this becomes a lot better. But even as such, like if you're playing with, you know, if you're playing with low rarity stuff, Lumen Thread Field is fine. Like this has a few homes that can go into. It is also, you know, it is also a 2-drop. It's a common 2-drop that can attack a couple of times and then suddenly go, hey, by the way, I'm not gonna get through for damage anytime soon. I'm just gonna make all my creatures bigger. Wait, what? Judge Unworthy. White is not commonly known for spells that deal damage to creatures. When it does, it's generally target attacking or blocking creature. You have 4 possible hits to try and deal enough damage. Or sorry, 4 possible attempts. 4 potential attempts. There we go. At trying over a card that'll deal enough damage. You've at least got 3. Choose target attacking or blocking creature. Scry 3, so you look at the top 3 cards of your library. And you decide how many of those you want to keep on top, how many you want to put on the bottom. Whatever ones you're putting on the bottom, you put on the bottom in an order that you specify. So I've got 3 cards. Let's say I don't want the bottom, you know, these 2 here. But I'll keep that. I take these 2. Now, do I want them in this order or do I want to flip them around? If they're going on the bottom, it probably doesn't matter. But they're going on the bottom, you get to choose what order they go in. So let's say I flip them around. Put them on the bottom of my deck in that order. And then whatever's left stays on top again in whatever order you want. So ones that are staying on top and the ones that are staying on bottom, you get to put those in their respective zones in any order. If you decide you don't want any of the three. You get to send them all to the bottom. But again, you get to choose what order they go on the bottom. And if you don't want any of the three, you then get to reveal the fourth card. If you do want one of the three, that's, the uppermost. Because you could keep all three and then just change the order of them. And then go, hey, by the way, I'm revealing this, and that's how much damage that creature's taking. This is a, no pun intended, common restriction on what kind of creature it can hit. See, it's common. When you do get higher rarities, you do get the ability to just kill creatures outright without them having to be in combat first. But this, I think the big reason, honestly, that I would play this is because of the Scry 3, which is not nothing. The problem is, to be able to cast this, somebody has to be attacking. Whether they're attacking you or somebody else, don't matter. This requires a target creature that is attacking or blocking, which means it has to be during combat, and at the very least, at least one creature has to be attacking. And probably, in most circumstances, that means at least one creature was declared as an attacker. But I'd probably be most likely to actually play this because of the scry. It's not the only reason I play it. It's just where I think it's most likely to bang. Because let's be honest, Scry 3 is quite a bit. Do you care about the creature dying? Probably not. You just turn and go, look, I need a target. I'm going to, because the spell requires a target, I'm going to target your creature. It may or may not die. So I'll target the creature that you're probably going to... I'll target one of your 1/1 tokens. Okay. Then we got Horus, Semi-Guardian, with the Grandeur mechanic. And Grandeur basically says that to use an ability that says Grandeur, you have to discard a card from your hand that's got the same name as the creature that has the Grandeur ability. In other words, you can only discard another copy of itself. It is possible to make this work in Commander, on the other hand, even though most of the time you can only play one copy at a time. Do you want to cheat? Play Relentless Commander and use something that's got Grandeur as your commander, or as your Relentless card. Black would love that with Core Lash. Black would love it. Green would love it. The second way to play it is probably adding blue to your deck and running clones. You have the original creature in play. You copy it with, let's say, clone, the original. The first one's going to die. You find a way to send that back to your hand somehow. But now you've got a card that originally was blue. Maybe you used Spark Double so you don't lose the original. You then bounce the original back to your hand with some effect. Well, then now you have a Horus that's in your hand. that you can discard to the copy to get the grandeur trigger. You know, you can actually grandeur it. I think there are ways to get copies of creatures into play that aren't blue. Red can get them temporarily, but they usually don't last long enough. Um, green. Green could do it with, what do you call it? Not breeding Saurion. Um, I know the card. Drawing a blank on the name. Mana value. It's greater than 3. Bramble Sovereign. Yeah. So Bramble Sovereign. You take the green creature, or any creature, really. Legendary or not, but all the ones that have grandeur are legendary. So you cast the original, comes into play, pay 2 mana, make a token copy of it. They're both legendary. You sacrifice the original. You find a way to get the original back to your hand from your grave, from dying back to your hand or whatever. And now you can discard it to the token. So there's a way to do it. White, I don't remember a way in white. Game paper. Cut a couple of these out. Alright. You could do it with Preston. Except it's a 0-1. But it still has the same name and everything else. Okay. So it's possible. The easiest way to do it in white is turn it into an enchantment or artifact first and go from there. But white can do it. White can do it. Red can, or blue can do it, obviously. Black, I think, can already do it. Red, I don't know if it can quote unquote permanently do it. Um, Usually the tokens die at the end of turn from these kind of effects, but green can do it. So everybody's got the ability to have a token copy come into play. Or to every every color has the ability to have a card enter, get copied, and then get the original back somehow, and then start discarding for grander effects. Um, really hard to make it work. However, prevent all damage that be dealt to target creature this turn. Only the damage only gets prevented to the creature, but it's all damage. So you can turn around and, I mean, hilariously, if you can untap this multiple times a turn, then being able to, like, if somebody goes, what do you call it? I was gonna say Shiba Meteor. Star of Extinction. Somebody goes Star of Extinction, you turn around and say, yeah, I don't think so. You can blow up the land. I'm gonna prevent. The funny thing is, it's target creature. Doesn't have to be target creature you control. First thing to target is herself. So there's ways to make it work. Not easy, but there's ways to make it work. Knight of Circe. I like Knight of Circe. Um, you know, 1 white plus 3. Again, the typical, you know, 1 white plus 3. Well, 1 white plus 3 turns. 2/2 flying flanking. 2/2 flyer at that point at common is probably about white plus 2. So paying an extra mana to also give it flanking, which kind of treats it like a 3/3. Really, really good. And again, I think this pushes punches above its own weight. It only says it's a 2/2, so yes, it does to you know remove that only needs to hit smaller stuff. But the fact that it's got flanking means any X1s just die. But it's got flying, which is kind of a drawback here. It can't kill as much, but it's gonna get like it needs a. It's going to tangle with at least a 3/3. Like if it tangles with a 3/3, there's mutual extinction. It needs to go up against a 4/4. Or I guess technically a 3/4. A 2/4 they would bounce because the other creature will become a 1/3. So up against a 2/4 would bounce. Up against a 3/4, a 3/4 would win. Anything smaller than that would die. And that's on 1v1. Any 2x flyers would be treated as though they're just 1 power and X minus 1 toughness. And if X was already 1, it kills them. You go up against like 5 2/1s, and it's like, cool, they all die. I'm still considered blocked because I was dealing with these things. Yeah. If I if I'm to build a completely different kind of commons only deck for white, and I just want to like smash in for damage every turn, I'm probably considering I'm probably considering the Knight of Cersei. Plus, it's got flanking. Anything that cares about flanking is going to care about this. It's also got flying. Cavalry Master gives extra flanking. And Telementor, when he attacks, all creatures with flanking get +1/+1 till end of turn. Play that. I'm telling you, you play this in Jeskai. Yeah, I'm bringing up the blue for a reason. Because then you do the silly things like Spark Double and make a bunch of copies. End up with a bunch of copies of Telementor. Actually, at that point, you don't even bother with the rest of them. You have Telementor and what are you? Are you a knight? Yes. ID equal is it? And type knight. How many is it? Aw, really? Alright, fine. Down to 58. So you care about artifacts. Uh, Actually, is there anything that cares about copying from anywhere other than your hand? Well, I don't quickly and easily see one, but I will have to look for stuff that can copy stuff later. But that'd be funny. Anywho, so yeah, um, there are cards that do care specifically about flanking, and then you can go and do shenanigans with that. But as such, it's still fine. Because don't forget, you can also just pay one for it, wait a couple of turns, and then it comes into play. And when that happens, it's got haste. Which, incidentally, I will point out that came from playtesting before the set went to the printer, because that's how, like, originally creatures that had suspend didn't grant haste. But people at Wizards were making that mistake so often, they changed how the mechanic worked so that when a creature came off of suspend, it did grant haste. So that was interesting. That was them actually looking at what their playtesters were doing and going, but that's how everyone's playing it. The set doesn't exist yet. We're still working on it. Why don't we change things to make sure it meshes with other people's expectations? Go from there. Really like that. Ramosian Revivalist. 4 mana for a 2/2. 6 tap. Return target rebel permanent card, mana value 5 or less, from your graveyard to the battlefield. Here's the thing. Usually, these are coming into play from your library. And let's just go back to... Actually, is there a quote-unquote normal rebel in here? No. Alright. Alright. So yeah, here's my example. 2 to cast, looks for 2 to cast, looks for 3, 4 to activate. Okay? 4 to cast, looks for 5, 6 to activate. The costing still meets the same pattern. You're still going up the chain. The difference is that whereas normally it's search your library for this, now you search your graveyard for this and bring it back into play. And note it's Rebel permanent card. Rebel permanent card. Yeah, most of the time that's creatures, right? Allow me to introduce you to Bound in Silence. Kindred, formerly tribal. Enchantment, Rebel Aura. It's basically pacifism. Costs 1 more than pacifism. But because it has the rebel type, because it's a tribal / kindred enchantment, originally called tribal, had that name for 15 plus years. Recently got told, by the way, we're renaming you to kindred. Okay, whatever. What tribal did was it would take a card that was not a creature and give it a reason to have a relevant creature type. So, for example, in a next set, at least in the next block, you're going to see a card called Tarfire. And it's going to be allied specifically with goblins. And 2 damage to any target, but it'll be tribal instant -goblin. Eldrazi Conscription, one of the best known tribal cards. Tribal enchantment, Eldrazi Aura. Aura is the enchantment subtype. Tribal, or nowadays kindred, Eldrazi means it is very relevantly flavored by the Eldrazi. Eldrazi Conscription, the Eldrazi have turned around, picked you up. You're one of us now. Thunk, thrown you into like a mech or whatever, and got wires in your brain, and you are now one of us. We are one of us. Man, made you a lot bigger, powerful, scarier, yada yada yada. So there are rare times when cards will interact with something that has a given creature type and don't care about what's being affected being a creature specifically. So, for example, Remosian Revivalist lets you bring back any rebel permanent. It doesn't care if you're bringing back a rebel creature, a rebel enchantment, which would be tribal slash kindred permanent type dash rebel. Could be a land that somehow got the rebel type in your, as long as while it's in your graveyard, it has rebel on the type line. Changelings also count, which makes things even more fun. It can bring it back. So yeah, if you are building around rebels, or you have just enough cards that happen to be rebels, that this might actually, because you don't need a lot to make this worthwhile. I would say if you've got like roughly a dozen, just put it in anyway. I think if you've got like a 4 mana 2/2 is eh, but if you've got like say probably 5 or 6 cards, you might want to think about putting it in. More than that, I'd be like, and if you're running like 15 or so, I'd be like, why isn't this already in your list? Being able to bring a thing back every turn. Oh, okay, I have to raise this. Okay, fine. You bring back the revivalist, and now it brings stuff back. It brings more stuff back every turn. The only reason not to do that is if you are you've only got creatures that you want to be bringing back. B, well, actually, no, just A, really, because if you're only bringing back creature, so wow, brain. The big reason to not run Remosian Revivalist when you're playing with a bunch of rebels. None of the other non-creature rebel cards interest you. And you're already running enough non-rebels that you're not going to be able to bring back everything. So you're already looking at stuff like Emiria the Sky Ruin, and or Ray of Dawnbringer, etc., etc. You're already heading down that way rather than going down with because if you're heavy on rebels, like let's say out of the 55 slots you've got going on, at least I don't know 40 of them are rebels. This is going in. But if you're looking more like 25, where it's like a theme and a relevant theme, but not like the be all and end all of the deck. Um, then not running it, I think, is fine, especially if you've got others. Again, if you've got other stuff you want to be able to bring back. So, I think it's okay to not run it, even if you're looking at like 25, 30 cards. But the bigger the percentage of your deck is that's rebels, the more you should run it. And also, if you're running some rebels, but the rebels that you're running are really important, again, Bound in Silence being a good example here, then, you know, if you're running some, but the ones you're running are important, the Mimosian Revivalist is more important in a deck like that. Marshalling Cry. I really considered this in my mono white commons only deck as a pump spell. I really considered this. I really consider this because I'm like, sure, it's only +1/+1, but it also gives vigilance. But it also has cycling. But it also has flashback, which means I'm not spending a card later to do it. So I'm taking a look and going, I I could I could run this. You know, if I'm getting stuck on land, the fact that it's got cycling, or if I really need to find something like another card that makes tokens, there's lots of there's lots of ways I can use this, and I again, and if you want to know what deck I'm talking about, again, go back to my go back to this link here, and look at this list here. Prismatic Piper. Bring this up. The one that's listed here under mono white. Bring this up. And yeah, I've done a bit of tweaking since. But, here's almost a dozen cards that whose job it is to and this is the entire premise of the deck. Spending one card, getting at least two bodies out of it. So there's almost a dozen cards that give two. Again, Acacian Crier has since been cut. I don't remember what I put in it instead. Some of these don't look like they should fall under 3+ bodies, but they do. Um, Stonybrook Schoolmaster, for example. Every time I tap it, and I have cards in here like Ally, not Ally Encampment, Holdout Settlement, and I forget what the other one's called. But the lands that are basically trying to be, the land version of Springleaf Drum. And so I can tap the Schoolmaster with that. I do that, and suddenly it's like, hey, yeah, I'm making an extra token every turn. You know. Recruit the Worthy. Again, doesn't look like it should be, but it's, you know, basically white plus 3, make a token, and I basically just reveal recruit rather than, because it's not going to my graveyard if I pay the extra 3. And if I've got 8 mana, I'm doing this twice, and I can do it again the following turn, and I can do it again the following turn. Sergeant at Arms, I don't remember if I actually kept this or not. I think I may have found something else for that. uh, and then here's like a dozen, almost a dozen cards to pump my team. And then removal. uh, I have enough bodies that running Angelic Purge is going to, is going to work. Boy, sacrificing a random token to go, okay, exile that. Yeah, I can do that. Outflank, I think, got replaced with Thraben Charm. One more mana, but deals double the damage, and has two other modes I can use. Gaze of Justice, most of my creatures are going to be white. Pay a white and tapping 3 creatures to exile a creature. And I can flash it back. Etc. etc. Like, you can look at the list yourself. And yeah, Marshalling Cry was almost ended up in that list, and I decided against it because I didn't think the +1/+1 was enough. The pump spells that I have that do +1/+1, generally, like most of them are I try to make them give, pardon me, at least +2 power. The ones that didn't either A, had an alternate cost, so I didn't have to spend mana on them, or B, gave +1/+1 counters, or C, in the case of warded battlements, that was a consistent +1 power. And I could find a home for this. This means 7 mana. I'm paying, I'm getting +2 power and vigilance. But I can also spend this. I can also do this, 2 consecutive turns. I can do this one turn, I can do this on a future turn. So it was a thought. In general, I would not bother with a card like Marshalling Cry if it's not for the fact that I'm building a deck mostly off of commons. Again, there's a card simply called Charge that for 1 white, creatures you control get +1/+1 till end of turn. They don't get Vigilance. Is that Vigilance worth spending an extra 2 mana plus? I think Charge is also a instant. I'm not sure it's worth spending all this extra on, but I'm not sure it's not. And Vigilance does mean you can also turn around and hold them back for blocking as well. So, it's debatable, but in general, 3 mana, I'm generally looking at +2 power. But again, it's also got flashback. I can recast it later. You have options. If you were to, if you decided do something similar to what I did and make a deck off of like a bunch of random, random janky common stuff or whatever, based off a token strategy. If you want to run Marshalling Cry, I'm not gonna say no. The fact that it's got flashback is a big draw. Augur Ovek. It's 2 mana 1/3 with Shadow, which the weird thing about Shadow is there's a few mechanics that are like flying. And you'll find this with a lot of things in Magic. Like, Cycling came first, I see cycling as another form of channel. The difference between channel and cycling is that both of them are pay a cost, discard this card, get this effect. Cycling, this effect is always draw a card. Channel, it could be draw a card, it could be drawing multiple cards. It could be other things as well. So channel, like cycling, is a subset of channel, even though cycling came first. Basically, they took cycling and they broadened its applicability. Then you got flying, stuff that's like flying. Shadow is kind of like flying. Horsemanship is very like flying. Um, there's a couple others that are kind of like flying in that if you want, I attack with this. If you want to be able to block me, you need X. You can make an argument Menace is like that as well. Flying, in general, can only be blocked by creatures with flying. Yes, shush. Shadow, in general, can only be blocked by creatures with shadow. Horsemanship can only be blocked by creatures with horsemanship. Are there exceptions? Yes. This is Magic the Gathering. There's always exceptions. There's probably also exceptions to the exceptions. The most common exception to flying is called having reach. But the difference with shadow is it also works the other way around. A creature with flying can only be blocked by a creature with flying, or reach, but can block anything. Creature with horsemanship can only be blocked by a creature with horsemanship, but it can block anything. A creature with shadow can only be blocked by another creature with shadow, but itself can also only block a creature with shadow. Creatures with shadow exist elsewhere. They exist somewhere that's like overlain with the with the with our plane of existence. They can interact with our plane of existence. But to actually do combat, you need somebody who's also there. Think about it like trying to deal with ghosts. If you want to deal with a ghost, if you really want to deal with a ghost, you have to go where the ghost is. You know, it's kind of dead, it's kind of alive, it's kind of in this half. So you have to be able to get yourself to that same kind of situation if you really want to deal with a ghost. I mean, you can deal with it in other ways. But as far as like on an actual quote unquote physical basis, you basically have to be on the same existence, for lack of a better word, that it is. We're not going into whether you believe in ghosts or not, because this idea applies whether you believe they're real, whether you're talking about in a game or what have you. You know, we're not going into the discussion of whether you believe ghosts are real. I don't know if I believe they're real or not. I haven't made that decision because I've never had to. So, eh, they could be. Doesn't matter to my life at all. At least, not at this point. Anyway, so yeah, dealing with creatures with shadow, same problem. That being said, because it has shadow, it's a lot harder to interact with. You can't just block it with random creature. You need another creature with shadow. So if you're building a deck that wants to beat face, and you want a creature that's hard to deal with in the first place, start looking at creatures that have shadow. And I mean, uh, let's do something silly. Let's throw a grafted exoskeleton on it. What? Let's throw a grafted exoskeleton on it. Give it +2/+2 and infect. It's going to hit somebody every turn for 3 poison. Because how many people are actually playing creatures with shadow? I say you should be playing this more. It's a 1/3 that's hard to kill. And if somebody does do something silly like throw a Bound in Silence on it, on your upkeep, sacrifices for 4 life. Sure, the exoskeleton falls off. Somebody else will pick it up. Or you just reanimate this with one of those cheap reanimation spells like, what's it called? Helping Hands? Return target creature mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. That works. So yeah. You want to play cards that are hard to deal with? Look into playing with, you want to play creatures that are hard to deal with? Look into playing with cards that have shadow. Blue. Blind Phantasm. Love the way this card looks, by the way. Also, I get the impression maybe that's based on Jace, which we would see in the next. Nope. 2 blocks from now, I guess. So about a year and a half. So probably sometime mid-January. Mid-January, late January, somewhere around there. 2/3 illusion, no abilities. For 3 mana. You're playing blue. This is a reasonable creature. Are you playing vanilla creatures? Are you playing blue? Reasonable starting point. Illusions is also a card type that people enjoy. You do get to play with cards like Lord of the Unreal. Give them +1/+1 and hexproof. Ideally, you want to be able to drop the Lord onto and then the Phantasm on 3. But we can't always have what we want. The thing about Commander though is you're more likely to see some spot removal, but people are gonna go and no, I don't need that thing killed. I need the entire board wiped. At some point, that's going to be a thing. So, having hexproof is a nice to have. But yeah, here's the other thing. A lot of illusions, and we've come across a few of them in Time Sparrow block already, have have a clause on them that says, uh, you know, if X happens, like if they're often if they're targeted by a spell or ability, sacrifice them. Which is part of the reason why Lure of the Unreal gives them hexproof. Because let's take let's take the Phantasmal Dragon. 4 mana for a 5/5 flyer. When it becomes the target of a spell or ability, sacrifice it. You don't want to pay 4 mana on a flying beat stick that somebody can take out with a giant growth. Not a giant growth on their own creature, giant growth on your creature. You don't want to deal with that. Now, that being said, not all illusions have that stipulation attached. A lot of them do, but not all of them. Although, yeah, the original art for Jace Beleren in Lorwyn. Okay, huh? I think they're supposed to be. They feel related, but they're. Yeah, I don't think so. But yeah. But yeah, if you're looking at building like a vanilla deck and you're trying to build an interesting vanilla deck, i.e., something that's an interesting color scheme, for example, because vanilla, people usually end up relying on, say, you know, Selesnya. So maybe if you go somewhere under the category of like Grixis vanillas, this could actually make the cut. The problem is, trying to find payoff for having vanilla creatures. Not easy to find, but not impossible. There also is that um you, Kalorna, Coral Tyrant. She's a 0/8 for 2. You make her your general, and I'm pretty sure I probably brought her up enough. I'm pretty sure I've brought her up enough that at least it's worth a consideration trying to see if it's vaguely reasonably buildable as a commander deck and seeing what happens. A deck like this, obviously you're going to want like Gauntlet of Power and what were you called? You're from like Sunken City and stuff of that nature that gives your blue creatures. Oh, there's that ID equal U O. Son of a biscuit. Paragon of Gathering Mists. So, 1, 2, that's at least 3 cards that I can think of that'll give your blue creatures +1/+1. Which doesn't sound like a lot to work with because, think about it, you're playing blue. You're not playing green, you're not playing white. You don't have a plethora of let's pump all my guys. There's probably enough out there to actually pull it off. I would like to see what mono. Okay, no promises, but maybe by next stream, I'll have at least sketched out a mono blue vanilla deck. But yeah, I can see use for that. Leaden Fists. There's two ways to play this. This has got two specific things that it does. The first way I tend to like to think of this is an emergency giant growth effect. But that +3/+3 is permanent. Why is it an emergency giant growth effect? Well, A, it's got flash. B, creature doesn't untap during its controller's untap step. Which means you really need to make sure you're getting that 3 damage in now. Like, that 3 damage is really important to get done now. Now, on the other hand, the other hand. I've only got, oh, maybe his hand. Anyway, the big reason this is, like, I like cards that do weird things. As you've probably heard me say more than enough times if you're paying attention to this. If you've got Vigilance, that drawback really doesn't matter nearly so much. That +3/+3 does a lot more than it looks like. One, because, well, suddenly somebody is dealing extra damage one way or another. Or two, the fact that it's gaining +3 power specifically, combat be damned, is relevant. So, maybe you're playing with a card like Meekstone. Creatures power 3 or greater. Damn it. Creatures power 3 or greater don't untap during their controller's untap steps. Even if your opponent's got a way to untap it normally, now that the creature's got 3 power, because even if you throw it on a creature that has 0 power, well, now it's 3+. And sure, maybe Meekstone's a bad example, but my point is the fact that it's of a given size is relevant. Oh, what were you called? The Expel. What were you? You were in there to be a Hydra. You. Ingenious Prodigy. That's the card I was trying to just remember. Has Skulk. Can't be blocked by creatures with greater power. Well, if if this is, say, a 5, this is a 5/6. Because of the +1 counters I've added up on it. It's a 5/6. Okay. That means it can't be blocked by creatures with power 6 or greater. So you take Leaden Fists, you throw it on something that's got at least 3 power, and suddenly it can't block this either. Whether it was tapped or not doesn't matter. You're sitting there going, what? So, I mean, I would have no problem throwing this into like if I'm building an Infect deck, for example. If I'm playing blue, I'd have no problem throwing this in. I throw this, I use this as a basically a giant growth on my, like on Ink Moth Nexus. Hit for 4 points of poison damage. Falls off at the end of turn because it can only enchant a creature, and at the end of turn, Ink Moth Nexus goes back to being just a land. So this falls off. Thunk. That's fine. So that's how I see it, as like a giant growth specifically. Or, maybe during blocking or what have you. And it's kind of also a removal spell. And you can also do that when it's got, say, I don't know. You've got one, you've got this player attacking this player, and it's like, I'll let you deal extra damage. Thunk. By the way, your general's not attacking next turn. Sorry. Yeah. So Leaden Fist, I think should see more play, but you've got to keep an eye on why you're playing it, how you're playing it. Also, don't forget that because it's an aura, it's a permanent. Have you got cards in your deck that say return target permanent to its owner's hand? Especially something that can do it regularly, like, I don't know, I think Temporal Adept. Return target permanent to its owner's hand. Stuff of that nature. And Leaden Fist then becomes a giant growth that you can use every turn. As long as you do it before your turn starts, you're good. Maelstrom Djinn. 8 mana for a 5/6 flyer with morph. Nope, not Serendib. Maha. 2 blue plus 4 for 5/6 flyer. 5/6 flyer. 2 blue plus 4 is 6 mana. This is 8. This is basically, let's see here. 2 blue plus 5. So you're paying an extra mana. Debatably. For the fact that it's got morph, but it's got a small morph cost. But it only lasts for a couple of turns. But if you can counter this triggered ability in any way, shape, or form, you get like, well, now you're paying 6 mana. 3 to cast it face down, 3 to turn it face up for 5/6. Like, I feel like the number one reason you want this card in your deck at all, realistically, is because it's got 8 mana in its mana cost. It's 8 mana. It's a decent sized creature, but realistically, you should be looking at something better than a 5/6 fly for. Like, look at Sphinxes. Oh my god, look at Sphinxes. ID equal blue. Mana value equal 8. Mana 7. Power greater than 4. Elder Deep Fiend. It's the exact same size. It doesn't have flying, but it's got flash. It has emerge. When you cast it, tap up to 4 target permanents. I would prefer that, or Twisted Riddle Keepers. When you cast this spell, tap up to 2 target permanents, put a stun counter on each of them. So, roughly the same as the Emerge here. And you're paying blue plus colorless plus 5 for the Emerge rather than double blue plus 5. And instead of having flash, this also has flying. I'd rather have the Riddle Keeper. I would much rather have the Riddle Keeper over the Maelstrom Djinn. So yeah. I honestly, like, unless you're building like a Djinn tribal deck or something like that. But even so, why are you paying 8 mana for a 5/6 flyer? Why? Why? Linessa Zephyr Mage. Such a good card. And again, we're, going through the usual shenanigans with having copies and whatnot. And so, but you're playing, here's the fun part, you're playing blue. So, getting Linessa, copying Linessa in the first place, Spark Double, for example, and then being able to send the original back to your hand, temporal adept, etc. Real easy. The hardest part is getting her from her graveyard back to your hand, but being able to get a copy into play and have the original in your hand is the easiest. 4 mana for a 3/3, double blue plus X, tap, return target creature mana value X to its owner's hand. Remember, if something says create a token, and it doesn't say create a token that's a copy of blah, that token has a mana value of 0. So if you have create a 1/1 spirit token, then X equals 0, and you go blue, blue, tap, send it back to your hand. The giant beast, the giant FU token from Dark Deaths called Merit Lage. The 2020 black indestructible. Yeah. It's not a copy of something. So it's a 0. So the token is 0 mana. Pay 2 blue. Tap. Send it back to your hand. You've probably lost out on 3 cards to make that giant 2020 FU token. And I spent a couple of mana and said, hey, by the way, take it back. And then it's grand durability. If you can get Linessa back to your hand. Target player returns a creature they control to owner's hand. Then repeats this process for an artifact, an enchantment, and a land. So all 4 major all 4 major permanent types that you see in like every deck, regardless of format or whatever, they send 1 of each back to their hand. Just by pitching a Linessa to a Linessa. And again, blue is the color most likely to be able to do this. And oh, that's cheating. What's cheating? Library of Lang. You have no maximum hand size, fine, whatever. If an effect causes you to discard a card, Not necessarily an effect an opponent controls. Can be your own as well. Discard it, but you may put it on top of your library instead of into your graveyard. Okay. Discard another card named Lunasa Zephyr Mage. So when you discard her, you can discard her to the top of your deck instead of putting it in your graveyard. Okay. You're playing blue. You rummage through the couch cushions and you draw an extra card. You wake up in the morning with like 7 extra cards already in your pockets. You know, it's second nature to you. So you can probably find an easy way to just continuously build this loop. Should you? I don't know. That's up to you. I'm saying it exists as an option. Aven Augur. Every color has its own augur, which is a creature that you can sacrifice only on your upkeep. You know, the white one had the, what were you called? Augur Ilvec, the 1/3 shadow that you can sack for 4 life. The blue one gets, sack to return up to 2 target creatures to their owner's hands. You can choose 0 as up to. You can simply sacrifice it and target nothing. You can also target itself with its own ability, sacrifice it as the cost. The ability will be countered, but the augur is still in your graveyard. Which, if that's the thing that you're trying to do, is the thing that you've accomplished. It's a okay creature. The fact that you can sack it to bounce 2 creatures, even if it's restricted only to your upkeep, that's still really good. You're playing birds, you should probably play it. You're playing wizards, you probably have other ways to do it, but if you're playing birds, I'd at least be looking into it. Oh yeah, that's kind of mean. I have seen the future. It does not include you. Venser's Diffusion. 1 blue plus 2 instant. Return target non-land permanent or suspended card to its owner's hand. It's basically Disperse. I think Disperse comes out later. It can't hit lands, but can bounce any other permanent, including battles. Yeah, I'm going to keep bringing that up every so often because it's a card type that's come up recently that people do occasionally end up enjoying. Or suspended card. What really annoys people is when they spend, like, something's got, let's say, suspend 9 or whatever. It's got like 9 time counters on it for whatever reason. And you go, okay, tick, 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 tick. And it's done like 1 or 2. And then you go, Venser's Diffusion, send it back to your hand, and they have to start all over again. You're like, It's really annoying when it's got. Now, usually a lot of your cards only start off with like 3-ish. Some have got a lot more. But this is not a counterspell. Oh. Last time counter comes off, trigger allows you to cast it. That's when you send it back to their hand. It's like, yeah, there's ways to piss people off with that card. There's ways to piss people off with any card, let's be honest. But yeah, Venser's Diffusion. I think if you're looking at playing with cards along lines of Boomerang, Venser's Diffusion, yeah, it's another one in that list. It's another in a list of options. Shapeshifter's Mirror. Huh. Weird. 2 blue, 2 other enchantment. At the beginning of each opponent's upkeep, that player reveals top card of their library. If it's a creature card, the player puts it into the graveyard and this enchantment becomes a copy of that card. If it does, it loses this ability. What? I think most 1-mana creatures you don't want to deal with. I think as long as what they hit, I think as long as it's a reasonable 2-drop, you're probably okay with it. Or better, you're probably fine. Huh. But you're also playing Commander. You're going to find a lot of people like to play with a lot of interesting creatures. A lot of people like playing their angels and their demons and their dragons and their... Oh, this is even funnier. This can allow you to get to be a copy of like Phage the Untouchable. This is an upkeep trigger. This isn't casting. This isn't cheating it in play. This just is. Oh, that's funny. You can have a Phage the Untouchable that way. Anywho, sorry. Distractions are distracting. I like this card. I might actually... I have to fire a message off to a friend of mine about this because this is adorable. Where are you? Where are you? Wow. Okay, weird. Nope, wrong one. You, that. Shape. If there apostrophe as MARROW. Copy and paste. Has sent that to a couple people. That's a funny card. Do I want to put that at the beginning of each opponent's upkeep? So it's only so basically the first person that flips over a creature, this is going to become a copy of that. I think the biggest hazard is somebody playing Hydras, etc. But yeah, I like that. Next, one blue instant counter target spell if no mana was spent to cast it. I think it's a viable counter spell to play these days. Not only do you have your, not only have you got people playing with cards like Omniscience, etc., that allows them to cast stuff without paying its mana cost. You've also got your, and I'm using this as like generically here, force of will slash force of negation, etc. Effects that say you may, you may do X rather than pay its mana cost. You've also got your, I want to say flawless maneuver et al. That say deadly rollick is also one. If you control your commander, you can pay this without paying its mana cost. You can cast this without paying its mana cost, etc. So you've got three general ways to never mind stuff that might actually legitimately cost 0 to cast. That's few and far between. You're gonna find a couple, but that's few and far between. Um, your various lotus petals and mana crypts and whatnot. You'll see that some. But I think more so for your deadly relics and your Pact of Negations and whatnot, you want something like this. That being said, I think those would generally be better served. I think the bigger slot, the I think you're more likely to want a card like Nyx if you're more likely to expect somebody playing Omniscience. And I feel like that means maybe if you're looking at bracket 4, I would say bracket 3, maybe. Bracket 4 or 5? And again, coming from, I'm a casual player. I don't go into bracket 4 or 5. That's not a me. So, whether or not it's good there, I can't actually say. But I feel if this has a home, it belongs more in 4 or 5. 3, maybe I could see it. Lower brackets, nah, dog. Chances are most of the time you're countering, like you're probably countering an instant at that point, at which point, paying extra mana for negate, let's say. Or, is it Strict Serenade that does it? No, Swan Song, I think, does. No. I think I had it right the first time. I think it is Strict Serenade. Nope. Must be Swan Song then. Swan Song, okay. That's the better one. But yeah. Alright. Um, eh. Next is fine. It's. I think in most. I think most decks it's gonna have a home. It's just whether you have a use for it in most metas. I think the more competitive the meta, the more competitive the group of people that you're playing with, the more likely you're going to want to be able to play it. Spin into Myth. Put target creature on top of its owner's library, then Fate Seal 2. Blue historically had a lot of difficulty of getting rid of an opponent's creature. This not only got rid of an opponent's creature, kind of. They had a way to get it back. It's back in their library. It's not, but it's not in their graveyard, which is often an easier place to get stuff back. It's not exiled. It's somewhere where they can potentially draw into it. Then Fate Seal 2. Look at the top 2 cards of their library. And basically, it's Scribe, but you're hitting your opponent's deck instead of yours. And again, it doesn't care how big the creature is, and they're not getting something for it. Compare, for example, last week, I think I mentioned earlier, we did Pongify as the thumbnail. Destroy target creature, they get a 3/3 ape. Compare Raven form, exile target artifact or creature, they get a 1/1 bird. Or that was Raven form. What's the other one called? I can't remember what you're called. But there's the other one that's similar. Oh, Resculpt. 1 blue plus 1. Exile target artifact or creature. They get a 4/4 elemental. This doesn't give anything as compensation. This not only goes, hey, by the way, not only can you not have this, not only is this going back on top of your deck, I'm actually probably going to put on the bottom, and you also can't have, well, I'll let you know whether or not you can have the next card. So yeah, you want a removal spell that doesn't care, about the size of the creature, doesn't give them something to compensate for it, and you're playing blue, and you're not playing, maybe you're in Simic, but you don't want to give them compensation? Yeah, Spinning and Myth is actually fine. It's 5 mana to... And they don't get it into their graveyard, which is somewhere that a lot of people find it's useful to have the cards. Because they can get it back. Infiltrator Encore. Again, what we said earlier about creatures with shadow. This is actually more efficient than usual because this is, 5 mana for 3/1 with shadow. Or 2 mana plus 2 turns, which is only 4. So it's actually cheaper if you suspend it. Buy a mana. You get a 3/1 with shadow. Yes, dies to a lot of things. But has shadow, so combat damage is not going to be one of the ways where it dies. Again, you want something that's hard to interact with. Like, give a creature shadow, and then give it, I don't know, hexproof on top of that. It's going to be really hard to interact with, or vice versa. Give a hexproof creature shadow, for example. I don't know. That would be dope buying. No, temporal isolation wouldn't help. Damn it. But yeah, I know when I get to Simic is going to be a deck based around creatures that are hard to block. And so, obviously, uh, Shadow is going to be one of them, or, you know, this creature can't be blocked. Or if I start running out of decent playables at that point, maybe something like Mega Menace, i.e., requires 3 creatures to block it. Shadow's gonna fall in there, etc., etc. Yeah, I'm going to get through for damage. um. So yeah, Infiltrator, Ilcore. Again, you want creatures that are hard to stop. You know, you want to be able to push through damage. The Infiltrator is actually better than some of the ones. Cloud Seeder. Again, 1 blue. You get a 1/1 flying creature that can only block creatures with flying. Okay? 1 blue, 1/1 flyer, can only block flyers. There we go. 1 blue, 1/1 flyer, can only block creatures with flying. So every time you see this, it's like create a token named, like, it's going to give the creature type here. Create a token named this, and it's going to give the abilities of a card that has this name. This is making token copies of this card. Which means if you've got a bunch of tokens of this floating around, uh, Cloud Seeder, as a discard outlet, I'm less than thrilled with, because we are looking at blue. Blue does already have enough ways to discard cards. Um, see if this works. Nope. I was hoping. Sift, for example. Blue +3. Draw 3 cards and discard a card. You know, it has plenty of ways to discard cards. Even if we go back to, I think it was last week, there was wishful thinking. Blue +2, target player draws 2, then discards 4. Kind of the blue way of trying to say target player discards 2 cards. Which is why it had the cost that it did. You know, blue +2 sorcery, emulating black +2 sorcery. Target player discards 2 cards, i.e., Mind Rot. So, but yeah, as a discard outlet, you don't need it. If you want something consistent, there's other spell shapers. There's other ways to just discard a card. Period. And so, yeah, just it's. I think the big reason you want to play this is if you actually care about the fact that you're making tokens. keep in mind it can only block stuff that's got flying. There's ways to deal with that. Just, you know, playing some effect like, was that Legacy weapon I'm thinking of? No, Predator. Predator flagship. 2, target creature gains flying till end of turn. You know, just being able to toss stuff up into the air. Easy enough. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. And, you know, maybe you're doing this to hold on until you manage to get enough mana to actually kill your, you know, to kill the creature. But again, even playing blue, there's enough ways for actual legitimate blue removal. Often converting it into something else. But, you know. Ah! Opposable digits! Yeah, destroy target creature. It can't be regenerated. Then they get a new one off the top. If what they've got in play is a big threat, it might be worth, you know, polymorphing it. Try and polymorph it into something else. But if you're trying to hold off until you get enough mana that you can actually do that, maybe. Take possession. First thing to know about this. Enchant permanent. You can steal anything that's a permanent. So, is it an instant or a sorcery? No. Is it something that's in play? Yes. Yoink, mine. Emblems are not in play, they're in the command zone. Has to be something on the battlefield. Same with things like the Monarch, etc. Those aren't actually things that are in play. 2, split second. Really, really, really difficult to respond to. You can't cast spells. You can't activate abilities that aren't mana abilities. Okay? So, in other words, you can activate mana abilities. Stuff that triggers on mana abilities mana abilities being used can happen. Triggered abilities can still trigger. There are ways to, plus there's stuff that are quote unquote special actions. Morph, you know, turning a morph face up, for example. Ping its morph cost and flipping it face up is a special action. You can do that. But really hard to interact with something that's got split second. Chances are you go around the table quickly because this also means really hard to counter. Activate abilities. It says activate abilities. It doesn't say activate abilities of permanence. It says activate abilities. Which even means like Mirror Shell Crab. You know, that nice channel ability that it's got is an activated ability. Really hard to interact with. Thanks, mine. Oh, nice land that was tapping for like 7 mana for you. I think I'll take that now. What? Yeah. It's that mean. Um, you want to be able to steal people's stuff. I I don't think I'd be too upset if people had one of these in their deck. I think this would mostly be a matter of be smart what you use it on. Don't just use it on like a random thing. Make sure that because you're paying 7 mana to steal a thing, even if it means I can steal anything. What's worth spending 7 mana on? Like a planeswalker that's about to ultimate next turn, and you want to ultimate on the person who controls it or the person who owns it. um, Notice it doesn't untap the thing. Uh, or somebody's got a thing that's generating way too much value for them. Maybe. But also keep in mind, it is an aura. A simple 1 or 2 mana card can go, cool, I'll take it back now. So there are potentially flaws in that. But again, I wouldn't be completely upset if somebody did that. Just be smart on what you're spending it on. Putrid Cyclops. Putrid Cyclops is kind of weird. This is a little bit like on the same premise of Judge Unworthy. So it's a 3 mana 3/3. There's a possibility that out of your top card, maybe your top two, because you get to scry one and then reveal the top. If you don't like what was on top, you might get a second chance. This gets -X till end of turn. There's a possibility you hit 0 and it's just a 3 mana 3/3. There's also chance that you go, this is a little on the high side. I'm going to send it to the bottom. You do it again, and only to find that, oops, I hit more. And so Putrid Cyclops kind of comes into play dead. Now, that being said, if somebody's playing Torpor Orb or similar effect, then you don't have to care. But then you end up with a 3 mana 3/3 zombie Cyclops. And I mean, if you're playing Cyclops Tribal, you might have to use it. If you're playing Cyclops Tribal, I'm not going to shame anybody for running this in it. But if you're playing Zombie Tribal, dude, come on. Dude. 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 When I say dude, what I mean is dude. Yeah. But yeah, Cyclops Tribal, I could see it. Lost Hours. 1 black, 1 other, sorcery. Target player reveals their hand. You choose an online front. That player puts that card into their library, third from the top. It's kind of a weird card. This is around the corner from Thoughtseize. But instead of the card going to the graveyard, they just put a couple stops from, under the top. Which, this being Commander, considering how often people like to draw their cards, it's not unreasonable that the next turn may be the turn after. Probably next turn, though. They get the card back. But it can take any non-land card. So it can't take lands. Surprise, that's what non-land means. But can take anything else. It's also not a discard. So why would you want to why would you want a card like this? I think the only reason to play this is if you're likely to have a rather large board presence. You're playing this for protection. You have a rather large board presence and you want to potentially kill that player this turn. Or you want to be able to cast a thing and make sure that it resolves. You know, basically, if you want to be able to kill them, you want to be able to kill them by you think you have enough to take them out next turn. So you cast this now so that on your next turn you can Alpha Strike and take them out. You want to take their Damnation, their Farewell, their Crux of Fate, their Whelming Wave, Aetherize, whatever, out of their hand. I think there's better options than that. But yeah, the fact that this puts it back in their deck instead of in their... The fact that it puts it in their deck instead of their graveyard might be actually a bonus. Because in their graveyard, they can easily get it back. Back in their deck, they have to wait a couple turns and redraw it. Cutthroat Ildal. 4 mana for 4/1 human rogue. Shadow as long as you have no cards in hand. Her blade slashed across the noble's shadow. He scoffed, then fell over dead. And splat. And that's why you don't piss somebody off who's got weapons in her hands and is intent towards killing you. I don't know. I think if I'm playing Rogue Tribal, I have an interest. I think if I'm playing Rogue Tribal, I have an interest in this card. It's a 4/1 for 4 mana, which in and of itself isn't great. But there are rogue synergies. Like, there are cards that care about rogues that can help with that. Also, the fact that you're playing black makes your acceleration a little easier. Has shadow as long as you have no cards in hand. So if you can get regularly Hellbent, if you can get yourself regularly Hellbent, then that means that, again, that you're going to get through for that 4 damage on a regular basis. So, I don't know. I think in a lower, like, not high powered rogue tribal, but in a, low to low mid tribal rogue deck, I think that would be fine. Massive ghouls. Again, you're looking at this because you're looking at a vanilla zombie. This is actually a fine vanilla zombie. They actually went and not only reprinted it in 10th edition, but also went to 10th to Time Spiral Remastered and brought it back. A 5 mana 5/3 is not bad. It's a zombie, so while the zombie synergies add on, having a 5/3 skeleton, Har, is not a bad starting point to start throwing your synergies on, because sometimes, like, you're like, I already have that, I already have that, I already have that. Well, now you don't already have that. So, I don't know. Plus, you know, A, vanilla creature. Reasonable vanilla creature to start with. B, zombie. You want a cheap, reasonable vanilla a cheap, reasonable zombie to begin with. A 5/3, even if it's got nothing else going on, is still okay. I would not behoove somebody for playing it. Deep Cavern Imp? Oh, Deep Cavern Imp. Deep Cavern Imp. It's a 2/2 Flying Haste for 3 mana. Echo, discard a card. Kitchen Imp is a 2/2 Flying Haste with Madness for a black that costs 4. Basically, if you manage to get double black, you can cast this one turn. On your next turn, discard this, and for a black, have another 2/2 Flying Haste. Imp Rebel, that's hilarious. I just realized this is a rebel. Oh, I didn't pay. So if you need to keep your hand, the Mimosian Revivalist, it is a rebel. You can bring it back every turn and just swing for 2. I need the cards I've got in my hand more than I need the extra 6 mana. Okay. That's funny. Do not recommend, but it's still funny. But yeah, 2/2 Flying Haste for 3 mana. Again, you're playing Rebels. If you're playing black in your Rebels deck, should be looking at this. You want because it's an imp. What you want because it's a haste. You want because it's a discard outlet. What? You have options. There's a lot of decks that you can run this in. Pulling Venom. This feels like this is trying to be Blight plus something like Sinkhole at the same time. 1 black plus 1. Whenever enchanted land becomes tapped, its controller loses 2 life. Oh no. 4th. Blight, whenever enchanted land becomes tapped, destroy it. Well, now you can do it, it's just going to hurt. Blight basically turn around and, well, I still have it. I'll just try not to use it if I don't need to. Pooling Venom is now like, okay, now I'm a little more likely to use it because I can still use it more than once. Meow? Okay, weird. Weird. Sorry, something I saw elsewhere on my internet thing, and I thought I was losing internet for a moment. I'm good. We're good. We're good. um, yeah, it tends to let me know whether I've lost connection to the internet before other stuff does. Anyway, uh, yeah, so I can, and you can eventually blow up the land for 4 more mana later. I think I'm basically playing this for this first ability, and this last ability doesn't really matter. You know, throwing this on a Maze of Ith actually gives Maze of Ith a cost of sorts. You know, throwing it on a land that just generates, even if it generates a lot of mana, Nexus Shrine of Nyx, for example, is, you know, it'll be a little annoying, but it's not really gonna, like, if you throw it on Nexus and they're generating 5 mana, they're taking 2. Oh well. You know, whereas you're doing this to like Maze of Ith, that's gonna make a bigger deal over the course of the game. They're gonna be like, do I actually bother? So, eh. Again, so to lands that just generate mana, I don't think I'd bother. I'd pretty much only use this on utility lands. Which is missed. Again, part of what was going on during this time frame. Uh, Part of what was going on during this time frame was cards that had abilities that we didn't really see. Enchantments tapping was not something that you generally saw. Enchantments, the big thing that differentiates an enchantment from, for example, a creature or an artifact, was the fact that you didn't tap to use it, which is missed. Here's an enchantment with a tap ability. What? Block +2. Block +2 tap. Destroy target creature that was dealt damage this turn. Which means you restricted it to once per turn cycle. Again, unless you've got a way to untap it. But unlike creatures or artifacts or whatever, there's not cards that say untap target enchantment. But they do say untap target permanent. um, but yeah, this is one of them weird ones. Um, Here's the other part though. Destroy target creature that was dealt damage this turn. So ideally you want to put this in a deck that can deal damage to creatures. But that damage might not be enough to kill them? Hmm. I think where my brain goes to something like that is if you've got Chroma's Memorial or similar effect out in this case. You'll see what I mean in a sec. And Quombosh Witches. Incidentally, prefer the original art, but the updated art is really nice. Like I can't really complain about either style. I like both of them. But one damage to any target and one damage to any target of an opponent's choice. So if you combine those, then I ping your creature, and then I let an opponent choose to deal damage elsewhere, wherever they want as well. And it doesn't have to be like the person who is not me that's choosing where to send the second point of damage doesn't have to be the same person whose target I pinged. So I can send it over here and then turn around and tell the person on this side, hey, by the way, you get to choose where to send the second point of damage. What? But I thought, nope, it doesn't say that. And so if I'm playing with Quombosh Witches, and I've got a Chroma's Memorial, and the relevant bit here is it gives all my stuff protection from black, well, they can't, they can't choose my stuff to get pinged. Well, if they can't choose my stuff to get pinged, they have to send it elsewhere. Witch's Mist will then turn around and go, cool, kill one of them. But, yeah, I think if you're considering playing Witch's Mist, you're probably more likely to want to play something like Avatar of Woe or Visara the Dreadful or something else that just says, tap, destroy target creature. Altar of Shadows does that. Kalitas, Blood Chief of Get does that. That, wonder what he looks like from the front, but from the back, that looks incredible. But yeah, any of these three, any of these would do that. Difference is, all of these cost like the cheapest I think is the is the 6-drop, which is Visara. 6, 2 7s, and an 8. Whereas Witch's Mist, because it's got a restriction added onto it, it's like, hey, by the way, 3 mana. Grave Peril. Whenever a non-black creature enters, sacrifice this enchantment. If you do, destroy that creature. What? Cool. Here's a creature. Puts into play. Grave Pact looks... Ooh, creature came into play. Nom! Mine. What? Yeah, he's dead now. What? He's dead now. It's dead, Jim. So, yeah. That being said, I mean, I I prefer when you can choose what you want to, like, words. Seal of Doom costs an extra mana. Destroy target non-black creature. It can't be regenerated. Grave Peril basically says, cool. Next creature that comes into play, if it's not black, blow it up. Doesn't matter if it's a 1/1 or a 7/7 or a, you know, or a 15/15. Whatever. Blow it up. Spend an extra mana and give me Seal of Doom instead. Which has the same restriction, target non-black creature. Although, I will point out, this does not target the creature. Also, if you have a way to recur this somehow, the fact, because, again, this doesn't target, so it bypasses Shroud, Hexproof, Ward, protection from black, protection from enchantments, etc., etc. It does not, because the key here is it does not use the word target. Oh. Yeah, I want to find a way to make copies of this thing regularly. Like, let's show you what I'm thinking of here. Wonder why my internet's so slow tonight. Oh, well. So, okay, Soul Foundry is a bad example, but assume this imprint you could do it from play. I think it might be Mimic that I'm thinking of. But, exile creature card from whatever. X tap, create a token that's a copy of the exile card. Here we go. Whenever a non-token creature dies, you may exile that card. If you do, return each other card exiled with this card to its owner's graveyard. Okay. So, the last creature that was exiled is the one that's currently imprinted on the Mimic Vat. Everything else is back in its owner's graveyard now. 3 tap, create a token that's a copy of a card exiled with this artifact. It gains haste, exile at the beginning of the next end step. So, what you would want to do is somebody's going, I am casting this. In response, before the creature comes into play, you go pay 3, tap, make a token that's a copy of, in this case, Grave Peril. Now, how are we going to do that? This is an enchantment. So now you got to find a way to turn an enchantment into a creature. That's not hard, but you generally end up having to play white, or you could go through the artifact route and play, turn it into an artifact with something like Mycosynth's Lattice, or Liquid Metal Coating, I think it is, and then animate it that way. And that you can do in mono black. Requires some effort, but you can do it. Then sacrifice it as a creature. It will be a creature. It's not a token at that point. It just happens have a couple other things going on. Goes to the graveyard. Exile it then. And now you can start making tokens that are copies of Grave Peril. So I cast this, this giant Eldrazi. Cool. Make it a token that's a copy of it. Make a token that's a copy of your. Make a token that's a copy of Grave Peril. Comes into play. Sack it, please. Wait, what? Oh, sorry. Destroy it, please. Yeah. So there's ways to make it work. I would not go through the hoops just to make Grave Peril work. I think there are. I would rather play with cards that force people to sacrifice creatures, etc. That doesn't mean there aren't other people that are willing to do it. I would rather, like, I can see the uses for it. I just wouldn't recommend it. Shimmy Inspector. Okay. So, if you are looking for no. Okay. No, this is still okay. If you're looking for the cranial extraction type of routine, I might start here. There's this, and there's cards that say name a card. 4 mana for a 2/2 flyer. It's fine. Pardon me. When it deals combat damage to a player, they reveal their hand. You choose a non-land card from it. And then you exile that and any other copies that you can find in their hand, library, or graveyard. This is one of those cards that I'd be, like, if I'm looking for the kind of effect where I want to exile cards from my opponent's library, this is probably one of the first ones I would generally play. Because I'm looking for... I mean, first of all, it's on a 2/2 body. It's on a 2/2 flyer, which in and of itself is okay. Most games, it's going to be... Oh, I hit that. Okay, exile that. Oh, I hit... Okay, I'll exile that. And in most games, you're only going to exile one card at a time. But sometimes, like, and I'll be honest, I have a deck like this so far, and I'm working on 2 others. You'll have somebody playing a deck where you can run any number of copies of card X. Heir Apparent is a good example that sees occasional standard play right now, for example. Or Slime Against Humanity. It's another one that people like to play. Neither of which, incidentally, are currently in decks that I'm working on, but we're getting there. Anyway. At which point, then you get to raid their hand, library, and graveyard for most of their copies. Slime doesn't mind so much because as long as they can get at 1 copy somehow, they can end up with a pretty huge slime as a result. And it's got trample. Oh yeah, did I mention it's also got trample? Uh, so you may end up dying for you may end up you may end up paying for your hubris. But that being said, this is an okay version of that card. That if I'm looking for an effect like this, I don't mind so much, and I'm probably just gonna like pass it around every so often if I don't have anything else going on. Or I just may keep it back as a blocker just because I don't want somebody to have to turn. I don't want to have to attack somebody. It's like, why are you making me attack you? I'm just gonna steal stuff from your hand, right? um, but that being said, if I'm looking for there's two big reasons to play cards to excel stuff from an opponent's hand library, graveyard, etc. A, you're expecting people to play cards like Slime Against Humanity, Heir Apparent et al. B, you're playing a specific kind of deck that really doesn't want to deal with cards in a certain category. And it's not like I'm playing creatures and you're playing wraths. You've always got more creatures. You can always play more creatures. It's my deck does thing X. It needs to do thing X. If something stops it from doing thing X, my deck doesn't work. And for whatever reason, counter magic isn't an option. um, Probably the best example I can think of, I brought up a couple of weeks ago, and that's Chrono Savant. And if you activate this 1,000 times, Appellation. God, I hate saying words sometimes. Appellation Mountie. It's up is that way. Unless you're in Australia, in which case it's down that way. But I don't think you're Australian based on your username. Appalachians is Eastern North America, if I remember right. You're gonna make me look this up now. uh, from Newfoundland. Oh, down to Alabama. Okay, wow. So not quite all the way down, but fairly close. Okay. Where's Alabama? Damn it. That's not useful. Alabama. Oh, wow. Almost to Florida. But that's further west than I'm expecting. Okay. Yeah, I just didn't realize. I mean, to be fair, the only mountain range I normally hear of most of the time in North America is the Rockies. And so you really like it's like the Rockies is like number here on the frequency list, and then the Appalachians are like down here. They're on the list. They're just much lower. You know, kind of like if you live on, you know, you live in the UK, and everyone's talking about England, 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 and then Scotland and Ireland pop up, and Wales once in a while, but most of it's England, England, England. Same kind of problem. Anyway, yeah, Chrono Savant. Yeah, this is basically you turn around and you skip like an infinite number of turns, go do something else, and Shimmy Inspector and stuff like that. You're playing cards like that to extract the handful of cards that can actually make you lose the game while you're AFK making dinner or whatever. Come back to the table an hour or two later. Everyone's drawn their decks, and it's like, we're waiting for you. Oh, is it my turn now? Well, it's been your turn for the last 20 minutes. Oh, okay. Well, dinner's ready. Yeah, there's like a handful of cards, I think maybe 20 cards in the game, that once you've got your protection set up, you can still lose. So you use an effect along line, you use that kind of effect to extract them from your opponent's deck. Still let them beat each other up, just make sure you're not affected. Um, Other than that, I don't know, Spectre Tribal? I could, you know what? How many Spectres are there? Now I'm curious. 27. Okay, enough to make a tribal deck. One. If you go to just a mirror, you only lose out on two of them, I think. Blazing and Sidraxis. It's only five that are multicolored at all. Blizzard Spectre, give it a double strike. That's gonna be annoying. Yeah. So yeah, obviously obviously if you're playing Spectre Tribal. So what do you end up playing then? Damn it. Er, there we go. So Mountie, what kind of decks do you end up playing? Yikes, jailer. Cards in graveyards lose all abilities. So that means you can no longer flashback, reach race, escape, um, disturb, or basically anything that's remotely along that lines. Most of the time that Yixid Jailer is at all relevant, it's going because it's because it's stopping an ability like that. It is rare that a card in a graveyard has an ability that's otherwise relevant. Probably the best example I can think of off the top of my head is this thing, Anger, where if it's in your graveyard and you control a mountain, all your creatures have haste. But most of the time this is a card that turns around and says, "Hey, by the way, no, you can't replay this card." I think if you're playing like this feels like an okay card for a zombie tribe, and even wizard tribal. I think this would be no, not in wizard tribal. Wizard tribal wants to be able to use stuff like flashback, etc. Do not put this in a wizard tribal deck unless your graveyard is unless you've built it in such a way that your graveyard doesn't matter. Maybe if you're playing mono black wizards. If you're playing a wizard deck that does not run blue, now I'm curious. Unless you want to find a way to make use of both of it. How many zombie wizards are there? $52. Sort by color. 7 blue. 23 black. Okay. That would be interesting. This is the kind of deck where I could see somebody playing Nekusar just because of the color scheme it is. Because Nekusar is, whenever an opponent draws a card, 1 damage to that player. If you can play Nekusar as just I think it is not unreasonable to play Nekusar as a general of just zombie wizard tribal. They'll let you play. You won't be able to play all of them. But there's also enough cards where you can run Yixa Jailer fairly. Huh. That's adorable. I might have to consider that at some point. But yeah, like it'll. To be fair, you really like. Most of the time, you don't want Yixa Jailer in your deck. Is it Withered Wretch they have? Yeah, Withered Wretch. You'd much rather have Withered Wretch. Although, now that I'm looking at it, Withered Wretch, Zombie Cleric. Yixa Jailer, Zombie Wizard. I see a Wizard, I see a Cleric. No worries. I was asking, what kind of decks do you normally play? You used to not. You used to play not much anymore. Yeah, that kind of happened around here. When COVID hit, our LGSs had to stop running events. And when things opened back up, one of our LGSs had uh one of our LGSs had started running shorter hours, and so and putting most of our stuff on, putting most of the stuff online, which means that people really wanted something, their best bet instead of coming into the store was to order it online. And so we really didn't have as many people wanting to play physically. I ended up with a job at the gas station where I was mostly working weekends, largely Saturday and Sunday nights. When my LGS did start running events, it was Sunday afternoons, and I'm like, that's not good for me because I have to work on Sunday. That's like in the middle of my 2 work days during a time slot when I should be asleep. No good group and fell off due to yeah, that happens sometimes. Yeah, it's occasionally hard to find somewhere you can pin down a play. Um, I mean, at least that being said, you know, Magic Online and Magic Arena give you something as an option. Um, Magic Online does actually support Commander to the point where most of the cards that people are going to want to play, apart from a lot of stuff that's Commander only products that have come out in the last few years. Yeah, fair enough. Um, and then Arena's big problem is the fact that it still only really works for 1v1, which is not the same thing. And you've got a much more limited card pool. But I mean, this is also part of the reason why. Let me pull up my list here. Boop. If you go to that, that'll send you to the spreadsheet here. And I'm I decided to do this. I decided to do the silly thing. Make a deck for every color and color combination, including, everything from colorless to 5 color. And then an additional one for every monocolor and allied color pair, including colorless, that's made of just commons. And so some of these decks, like for example, oops, one of my favorite commons only decks is this mono white one, whose entire premise is I spend 1 card, I get at least 2 bodies out of it, and uh, then some kind of pump, a reasonable number of pump effects, and some triggers based on stuff entering the battlefield. And this entire list is like, under 20 US. And it keeps complaining not legal in EDH because it doesn't recognize planes, even though, like, I don't know why this is giving me an error message saying unknown card. That's the only error message it's coming up with. So, like, 18 US, you know, or, plus 18 basic planes. Most of that coming from, let's go here, display, do not group. The most expensive card there being Ashnod's Altar. So if you cut the Ashnod's Altar, the rest of the deck is basically $10. Which means if I ever do want to sit down with somebody and play a game, it's like, this is a reasonable, it's a reasonable deck. And if I end up, here, use this. Oh no, I have to replace it. Okay, it cost me, even if I have to pay, LGS pricing, it cost me less to build that. Um, like some of these decks cost me less to build than a pack of sleeves. My mono red deck was the first one that I tried, and I think it cost me like, buying them from my LGS, it cost me like $50. Now I've tweaked it around since this, but you know this is basically my starting point. And if I just need like a random deck to get together with somebody and play, I got this one here. This is my mono blue version. Sorry, no, I lied. This is my mono green version. This is mono green elves. Yeah, very much elf ball. Would you believe I've been playing Magic for over 30 years, and as a tribe, I've never played elves before? Until I built this and my black green version, both of which got put together, I think, in the last year. What's this one? I forgot what you are. Oh, yes. I mean, apparently the, let's say, the unreleased the version that's not commons only. Ah, diggy diggy hole. Okay. Yeah. No, the black green version that's not restricted to commons only apparently is good enough to be at least a reasonable um bracket 3 deck. And this one, even even being restricted to just commons against a lot of against a lot of decks, still holds off really well. This one is black blue with Ramirez de Pietro, the one common black blue legend I can play that actually has an ability. And he's a pirate, and he's got first strike. So some of this is reanimation, some of this is flicker, some of this is based on being pirates, and some of this is based on first strike. This is trying to do a few things all at the same time. None of which it's trying to do, like it's not trying to push any of them hard, but yeah. But yeah, Appalachian Mountie. No, you're saying that one of my former roommates would have loved you because she also goes on and on and on about Diggy Diggy Hole. In fact, she's even got what's it called? Deep Rock Galactic, I think it's called. On from Steam, and she plays that a lot. She is not, however, dwarf side, nor does she have a magnificent beard. She can't be perfect. She doesn't have a beard. I'm sorry. Wonder if I can poke her real quick, like. Boop. There. See if she responds. See if she even knows is what I'm saying. But yeah, I do get the chance to play. I do get the opportunity to play occasionally, which is nice. Um, but yeah, when it comes to stuff like even like D&D, for example, I'll play just about anything as long as I can come up with a reasonable reason for it. Um, my probably my favorite character of all time. And that friend of mine I was talking about also was in the same campaign. And I think she was technically initially mostly human. Stuff got kind of interesting by the end of the campaign. Uh, you ever played? You ever played 3.5? Okay, we went epic and gestalt. I originally started off as a catfolk who was basically, um, what was she? She was basically cleric on one side and monk on the other. But her two cleric domains, one was travel and the other was celerity. She was already fast being catfolk, which gave her a base 40 to her speed. Celerity gave her an extra 10, so that means 50. But her plan was she was going to be the cleric of the party and she wanted to make sure everyone got, kept consistently healed and everything else. Around 7th level, another player joins the campaign. And I really didn't want him to take anything clerikish. I did try to dissuade him a bit, but to be fair, I also wanted him to play something he'd enjoy. He took the healer class out of Miniatures Handbook, I think it was. Which could out heal the cleric. So suddenly here I am looking at my character that I've already spent a lot of time and effort on. And how to figure out what am I going to do with her now. Well, I'm a catfolk and I've got the celerity domain. Let's see how fast I can push my speed. By the end of the campaign, we had hit like 36 levelers, so. By the end of the campaign, I hit a speed of 270 with a fly speed of 540, and due to a gift from me from one of the gods, a burrow speed of 135. Keep in mind, normal human speed is only about 30. And 20th level monks, you're usually stopping at around, 110, 120. 4 times as fast as a human. Yeah, no, that was me burrowing underground. And I was still doing all the cleric shtick. The running joke was, you know, where is it? Okay, I'm there already. The DM had to have like battlefields that were like hundreds of feet across just to make sure that I couldn't get there and heal somebody in the same round. Uh-oh. This sounds like a problem. But yeah. Um I can see slots for EX Jailer. I just don't think most decks are going to want. I mean, to be fair, instead of the EX Jailer, you probably still want cards like Withered Wretch instead. It's not bad, it's just not what most decks are going to actually need. And then you get Tombstalker. We Big creatures that have Delve. Hmm. I will be right back. Nope, nope, nope. Okay. All right. Sorry, I had to run downstairs and reheat my drink. You know, damn. Manty, it looks like you had a lot of thought long before you even sat down to start about how exactly to handle this guy. Yeah, I my fun when all is said and done, largely when it comes to playing D&D at the table, just comes from the interactions and the shenanigans that happen between, you know, between the players. D&D when at the end of the day for me is it's like an excuse to have fun with my friends. And I'm not saying you don't see things that way. I'm just saying that I part of it too is like probably the best way to think about me in general is I'm one of these people that I know I know a little bit about a whole bunch of stuff, kind of like, kind of like how bards in in D&D work. They know a little bit here and there about a whole bunch of different things. And um maybe there's a couple of categories where they're really knowledgeable, but most of the stuff they know about that's only bits and pieces. That's kind of like me. I know so much stuff. Like I know little bits and pieces about so many different categories. It's like if somebody starts having a conversation, I generally know enough at like the superficial level. If they start digging deep down, I'll be like, okay, I understand what you're saying, but I don't have the context for like this, that, whatever else. With Dungeons and Dragons and Magic, I'm a little bit more in the weeds, but unlike, for example, one friend of mine, um, who used to D&D with us regularly until during COVID, he actually went and bought a house on the other side of the city. So he's now like a 4 hour drive away. And he he's less involved with the actual cards and he pays more attention to like the lore aspects. You can go to like, you know, the Magic website and cool news story comes up. He'll be reading that and he'll be able to tell me, well, in this storyline, you know, Vraska found Jason, this happened, that happened, that happened, that happened, and it'd be like, I'll be sitting there going, okay, I know bits and pieces of that because of what I've seen on the card, but I have no clue about the rest of it. um, and I've got another friend who lives here, lives here in town, and you know, you can go to like his favorite version of the game was second edition for D&D, and he could tell you like you could go like way way deep into the lore with him, and he'd be able to tell you, how certain people got to become gods, and what happened with this, in this kingdom on this world versus the bordering kingdom, during this time frame, the whole 9 yards. And I'll be sitting there going, okay, I'll take your word for it. Not to say I'm not interested, but it's like, you know, this is further into the weeds than I generally go with most things. But it's like if you assume there's like, let's say, 5 tiers of knowledge for anything, and tier 5 is like, you know, uh what the nuclear physicist needs to know in order to be able to do their job, sort of thing, in their category. And number one is like, zero is I've heard of it, and one is I know a little something. I'm like one in most things, and then two probably for like maybe one and a half for like D&D and Magic, and then anything else, it's like forget it. I might hit a two on those two. And everybody else I know, they tend to more specialize in a certain things, and it's like no, they're like threes and three and a half, maybe a four, and I'm like, it's the kind of people where if I need to know more specific information, I'll go with them. Incidentally, I had a laugh a couple years ago. Um, I live. I don't live in Toronto, but I live in the suburbs of Toronto. We'll put it that way. And a couple years ago, I got asked with my LGS if they'd be willing to help me out at a convention out in, I think it was Montreal. It was like I want to say 3 years ago now. Might have been two. And I said sure. I mean, I enjoy going to Montreal anyway, and I enjoy helping out my LGS when I can. Um, in fact, they ran the first pre-release that I ever went to, which was over 25 years ago. So I have a good relationship with them. And so I wandering the halls while I'm on break, and looking to see what other booths are there. And I noticed that there's supposed to be a particular name that we know from Dungeons and Dragons at one of the booths. His name is Ed Greenwood. I meet Ed Greenwood. Uh, Ed has been known to visit the library where my aunt had been working for quite a few years to do research and stuff like that. Another LGS opened up relatively recently. Turns out they're also friends with him. My first time meeting him, I'm in my 50s. My first time meeting him was a couple of years ago because we both happened to be working at booths for a convention in Montreal. I was like, I had never even seen him at local event, like stuff out in the Toronto area. Never saw him out this way. Oh yeah, I'm actually 54. I'll be 55 in 3 months, 4 months, 3 months, 3.5. Late March, we'll put it that way. Yeah, I'm 54. I try not to act like it. If I tried acting my age, I'd probably be a lot more depressed. Thank you. I my I spent most of my employed life working in retail of some description or other. I calmly get told that I look like I'm in my mid 30s. I'm like, thank you. I could have a kid that age by now. Yeah. Oh, damn, you're still a kid then. And I can say that because I've got over 30 years on you. But yeah, if you're. Hey, careful. I have a cane downstairs while I'm at it. And a house so I can actually shake my cane at people and tell them, get off of my lawn! Although right now it's snowing, so. Yeah, nobody would see the lawn anyway. But yeah, one thing I would recommend if you still want to be able to keep up on playing Magic at all, um, is take a look at ways to build decks that are going to be like really inexpensive to put together. And then because if you do get a chance to play like something that you would enjoy playing anyway, one thing I came up with at the beginning of the year was here's a mill deck that at that point I could build based on what Skyfall said the pricing was, $15. This is a mill deck in Esper that cost me like $15 to put together. Chances are if there's a deck idea that you like, there's probably a way to build it without spending a lot of money on it because if you have trouble finding somewhere to play or have trouble finding a group of people to play with, then it doesn't make sense to spend a lot of money on a deck. But you still want to put something in towards it. And so, something like that, I suggest if you aren't used to it, learning how to use Scryfall to look stuff up. There's there's an entire page, an entire thing here on the syntaxes and stuff like that. Most of this is not stuff you're going to end up having to worry about. Like, you don't need to worry about whether a card is in a given set unless you're specifically going, I know it's in this set, I know it does this, I can't remember anything else. Sure, at that point, yeah. Cubes, you'd have to look up what are in the relevant cubes, etc., etc., etc. But a lot of this stuff, most of this is not stuff you're going to have to worry about. You're going to want to know about color or color identity. Yeah, but there's over 30,000 of them now. And if you use a site like Scryfall, and I'm not saying you should use Scryfall specifically. Whatever site you use, just get familiar with how to search for stuff on that. In ways to narrow stuff down, because you commonly want to look for cards that have certain functionality. Like, as an example, when I was building my commons mono blue list, I wanted every creature I could find that was reasonable, that did something about drawing a card. You know, and so if you look at my creature base, like Messenger Jace, I wouldn't have known anything about it if I didn't look it up, if I didn't use Scryfall for it. um, some of these cards, Young Blue Dragon, didn't even click that this was a thing. You know, I wanted as many cards as I could. And the thing about my mono blue deck is it's not just the creatures that draw cards. A lot of my removal also draws cards. You know, Geistwave, completely forgot it was a thing. Stuff that triggers on me drawing cards, I'm like, yeah, I know about Jace's Erasure. Latinum's Adept, didn't know it was a thing. And part of the reason too is again, this deck I'm looking at is all commons. Options for drawing you know, more than just one or two cards at a time. Mental Journey. There were like half a dozen different cards that cost 6 mana that were draw 3 cards, something else going along with it. In this case, basic land cycling. I had to sit there and figure out which of the half dozen options I wanted to put in my deck. Tomorrow's Invoker and Third Pass Savant. Very similar card. I'm like, okay. I I knew one existed. I couldn't remember the name of it. Oh, there's two of them. Okay, I'll put both of them in. Because every so often I can afford the extra 7 or 8 mana to draw extra cards. Counter spells that draw cards. Except for Devious Cover Up. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Devious Cover Up is in there to shuffle stuff back in. I can combo that with Clear the Mind, so I never run out of cards. Even my mana rocks. Forgot about Letter of Acceptance, which is basically a quote unquote bad commander sphere. I would have had a lot more difficult coming up with that deck if I just had to go on my memory. But yeah, if you're using Scryfall, you probably want ID more than you want C. ID is for color identity. Uh, T is for types. That's, whether it's a planeswalker or enchantment or whatever, or a subtype. So if you're looking for are you looking for planeswalker or are you looking for a Jace? Are you looking for a creature or are you looking for a badger? O colon, uh, you know, O for the Oracle text. uh, Power and toughness. Occasionally, you may end up having to use is for certain things. Um, is ends up doing, like, for example, is colon vanilla or is colon commander. And that's going to be most of what you're looking for. Also, you might want to remember format legality. I commonly end up doing, for example, if you take a look at my search, I want stuff that's legal in both Vintage and Commander, because stuff that is... There's a handful of items that are legal in one and not the other. And I want the stuff that overlaps between the both. Vintage technically allows cards that are... Let me think here. Commander allows you to play with attractions and stickers, and I don't want to deal with those. And most of the stuff that's legal in Vintage but not in Commander is usually like the really big powerful stuff. Like Black Lotus and Ancestral Recall and all that jazz. There we go. Yeah, so stuff that's legal in Type 1 that's not legal. Yeah, it also rules out stuff like Caracas and stuff like that. Nadu, etc., etc. I can try. Captive Kingpin. Last time I 4 mana, 4/3 flying trample. Whenever one or more each. Oh yeah. And then Anya, what does she do? Okay, that's two different decks then. I mean, keep in mind, you don't have to do stuff. You don't have to do stuff with Madness with her. She's quite serviceable as just tap, discard a card, draw a card. Um, as for example, a discard outlet for a Reanimator deck. Whenever lose exactly one life. Oh, sure. But the question is then making sure there's enough cards with Madness that are actually worth playing, and that's not always necessarily true. Color. I mean, if each player's upkeep, if they have no cards in hand, you draw a card and lose a life. Okay. Never source. Maybe the Archfiend. Like stuff like Alms of the Vein, I wouldn't bother with. Stuff that like only hits a single player, I probably wouldn't bother with. Big Game Hunter, yes. Uh, Biting Rain, probably not enough. This is basically trying to be an edict. That's a raised dead. I mean, the difference between ping 0 and ping 1 doesn't really matter. Curse of Fool's Wisdom. Uh, yes. I mean, yes, you can only hit one person, but just being able to drain them for 2 every turn. And then you can always, sacrifice it one way or another and get it, no, and get it back and recast it. Don't bother with Dark Withering. From floorboards, yes, I would. At the beginning of each player's upkeep, that player loses a life and discards a card. uh, this would fit that deck. Actually, well, this would fit both decks. Geese's Bidding, probably. Uh, Gorgon's Recluse I've always liked. 2 mana if it enters, if its mana's cost is paid. Note that with Graves Grabbler, you can bring anybody's creatures back from their graveyard to their hand. And this is basically. I'm iffy on this one. This is basically 3 to cast it normally, 2 to cycle it. If you cycle in Madness, you're paying 6 mana for it to be instant speed and draw a card. Kitchen Imp is hilarious. Convoke other vampires, get +1/+1. Yeah, this is fine. Muck Drub is there to be a protection spell. Yeah, Murderous Compulsion, I think in a Madness deck is probably fine. Necrogoyf. Pardon equal number of all creature cards in all graveyards. Yeah, this thing's gonna be huge. The beginning of each player's upkeep, that player discards a card. Again, also gives you another Madness outlet, just in case. You may reveal X black cards from your hand. If you do, I think you probably often want an effect like this just because, like, destroy effects still have to deal with indestructible, whereas this will bypass that. This is basically Duress Thoughtseize, but it's A, any card. B, goes on the bottom of their library. C, also hits the top of their deck. I think that's unlikely to be the kind of card you want. Psychotic Haze would work. Damage does cause loss of life. Each opponent sacrifices a creature. When it enters, each opponent sacks a creature with greatest power among creatures they control. I kinda don't mind that. You gain life equal to the greatest power amongst creatures sacrificed this way. This is a great one to pitch late. Wait till somebody's got, like, you know, a creature with like 15 +1/+1 counters. Oh yeah, Big Game Hunter is great. Children, where are your parents? Oh yes. So part of me wants to. Yeah. Oh, wait a sec. If you do, if you can find a way to pull off Dragon, so where is it? Jund Reanimator is this one. Reanimators don't care, don't care, don't care, don't care. I was looking at a Jund Reanimator deck with a twist. My twist was that I had to have at least 3 cards to start with each letter of the alphabet. I would have gone 4, but 4 times 26 is, 104, which is more than the number of cards you can have a commander deck. Anyway, part of what I wanted was cards that did, well, Entomb. Search your library for a card and put it in your graveyard, then shuffle. I didn't want a lot, but I wanted some. You're looking for Worldgorger Dragon. So here's a few cards that can let you find Worldgorger Dragon. Put in your graveyard. Plus, there's also the possibility of it ending up in your hand, which is also why I have a handful of discard outlets. Much prefers something like Zombie Infestation or Volrath the Fallen, because I can discard multiple times a turn. rather than rather than say Urza's Tomb or Liliana the Veil, where you only get the one. But usually you're only having to discard a couple of times in a given turn anyway, so that's not usually as bad. But if you're looking for the World Gorger route, you do that, and then you can have what do you mean no? Oh yeah, enters. Because it's enters, not enters the battlefield anymore. There. ID Rakdos. There. And then sort by color. So, Skeleton Archer. Blister Sec Shaman. Akun Boulderfoot. Daggercaster Mage. Gibbering Fiend. Goblin Chain Whirler. I.e., there's a lot in red. Gastel Thrill Seeker. Fireforger's Puzzle Knot. And then these two lands. Because if you're to do a World Gorger shenanigans, the thing about World Gorger is it will. I don't know how aware of how it works you are or not. But basically, if you combine it with Animate Dead, Dance of the Dead, or Necromancy, all three will bring the dragon back to the battlefield. Dragon comes in, exiles everything, including those three enchantments, which, because they're no longer enchanting it, will cause the dragon to go back into the graveyard. Which will bring back everything else that it exiled. I'm very familiar used to run. Yep, okay. So imagine cards like Jagged Barrens in your mana base. And, all these other things that ping for one. Mongoose Lizard, Goblin Chain Whirler, Skeleton Archer, etc. Those in combination with, say, Obnixilis. And you basically just flicker stuff back and forth and kill all your opponents. And note this exiles the top card of your library. It doesn't make you draw the card. So you don't have to worry about decking until an effect tells you to actually draw a card. Anya Falconwrath, I think is buildable, but I think you'd end up being very. I think Anya, you'd be very restricted on what you could actually play. You wouldn't be able to. It's kind of like playing Energy in Modern, where you're restricted to basically MH3 and like Kaladesh and Ether Revolt. um, if you're not using Anya specifically as a madness deck, if you're not using Anya specifically as madness, and sure, I've got some madness in there, but it's not, but she's not there to be that, then having her dig for stuff is still going to be useful. There's still cards that care that, whenever you discard a card. Um heck, there's let's see here. Uh what do you call it? ID Rakdos. There's cards that have mayhem, which is similar to madness, but it's not madness. So, I don't know. It depends on what you're looking. It depends on what you're looking for to do with Anya. I would be quite happy just simply playing her. I would be fine playing her just as a Rakdos Vampire General that occasionally gives me value, to be honest. She's what, a 3-drop, so I can get her into play early. Eh. Also, this is the card where I left off. Anya generally is going to be discarding stuff into your graveyard. Cool. Extra cards that I don't need in my graveyard. Good food for Delve. That's a segue if I ever heard one. But yeah. Tombstalker, I still think Delve should probably see more play than it does. Like as a mechanic, I still think it should see more play than it does. Um Not a big deal. Like Delve as a mechanic needs to see more play, but you don't want like too much Delve in the same deck. This is the sort of thing where it's like you probably want, I would say you probably don't want more than like 3 or 4 cards in your deck that have got Delve. Like like most of the blue cards, for example, that have Delve, I could see getting played. But I don't want to be playing all, what is this, 10 of them? I don't want to play all 10 of them in the same deck because at some point I'm going to run out of food for feeding one of them. I don't want to be paying. Temporal Trespass is an extra turn spell. I don't mind paying 6 mana for it. This is an 11 mana spell. I'm not paying 7 mana for it, so that means I need to be able to have let's see here. I need to be able to delve away 5 cards. Well, if I'm playing all these cards, at some point I'm going to start getting stuck. Dig Through Time nowadays is a 4 mana spell. You know, so maybe I spend 5 on it, but it's an 8 mana spell. So I can get away with delving 3 cards. Logic Knot, I'm probably mostly spending mana on delving some. Murktide Regent, you really want to be exiling instants and sorceries. Ethereal Forger, you really want to be exiling instants and sorceries. Afterlife and Loam. For each player, you choose up to 1 target creature card in that placement. Oh, that's cute. I want one of them. How much are you? Pocket change. Yeah, I want one of them. 10, 14, 14 black cards. Magmatic Sinkhole. 2 red cards. And then Hogak and Teva. Like, you cannot. Sure, 29 cards. You cannot sensibly run all 29 cards in the same deck and expect to be able to delve a vaguely reasonable amount. Sort by mana value. You know, empty the pits. Quad black with X equals 0. You're getting no tokens. So you're probably exiling, well, if you exile 4 cards, you're getting 2 zombies. So you really need to exile. I'd say you need to exile at least 6 cards to make it vaguely worthwhile. Like a lot of these cards, if you really want to be exiling like around half the mana value is about, puts it about on par with where it should be. You know, Hooting Mandrills. Hooting Mandrills is a card I'm fine casting. I'm fine paying full price for. Sultai Scavenger is a bit expensive, but I'm probably like I could do 1 or 2. Tassiger, I think I'm okay paying full price for. This one you can't. Hogak, you literally can't. Shambling Attendants, I'm probably wanting to delve 3. Tombstalker, I'm probably wanting to delve at least 3. Yeah, so again, having some cards with delve in your deck is fine. You don't want to delve. You don't want too much delve in your deck. Otherwise, you end up with a bunch of cards in your deck that you have to overpay for. That being said, this actually used to be a big deal for a few years because it was not unreasonable to get a 5/5 flyer in, larger formats like Legacy and Vintage for as little as 2 mana. Have like 1 or 2 copies in your deck. Wait until, you've spent some removal and this, that, whatever else, and then just go, oh, hey, by the way, eh, here, 2 mana 5/5. What? Yeah. um, Death Rattle probably wouldn't bother with in Commander simply due to the fact, simply due to, as I've mentioned before, how much black and green see play in Commander. Uh, Destroy target non-green creature. There's a lot of stuff that people are going to play that this can't hit. Now, to be fair, you're only looking at playing one of. You're not playing 4 in your deck or whatever. But there's always going to be that one time when it's like, I need to be able to hit blah, and I can't. Because the only spot removal in my hand is this. Which is where somebody like Anya Falconwrath would help. Let you pitch that, draw something else that'll hopefully kill the creature that's in front of you. I would much more easily play anything on this row above Death Rattle. Oh look, Scourge Ridge Exhumer. Festering Goblin. What do? You're 1 black for 1/1 zombie goblin. When it dies, target creature gets -1/-1 till end of turn. 1 black for 1/1 zombie goblin. When it dies, target creature gets -1/-1 till end of turn. Have I actually gone 1, 2, 3? Oh, I've gone through my 3 rows. Oops. That's what I get for getting distracted. How dare I get distracted? What a terrible idea. Red cards. Skizzic Surger. I do not remember this card, but I would not be completely unhappy with this. 6 mana for 6/4, Echo cost, sack 2 lands. Okay, fine. That means that means I've got a 6/4 with haste for 6 mana. That being said, I mean compared to what's out nowadays, this is I'm less thrilled with. But a 6 mana 6/4 with haste, that on my next upkeep I gotta sack 2 lands. I'm probably fine with that in general. I think I'm okay with that. That being said, the 2 lands, there are ways to get those back. There's also ways to actually ramp when you're looking at red. I think I got these right. Pretty sure I got this right. So Panharmonicon, I think most people have at least heard of by now. Basically, when a creature enters, if a triggered ability would kick in because of it. Oh, apparently also affects artifacts. You get a second copy of that trigger. Alpine Guide, 3 mana 3/3. When it enters, search for a mountain, put in play tapped, and shuffle. tax each combat of Fable. When it leaves, sack a mountain. So the mountain that you brought in, now you're sacking one. Note that in neither case does it say sacrifice, neither case does it say basic mountain. But if you get a Panharmonicon effect out first, which is not completely unheard of to have stuff show up in the wrong order, Panharmonicon, creature, artifact or creature entering causes a triggered ability of a permanent you control to trigger. That ability triggers an additional time. That can also include the artifact or creature that entered. Pardon me. God damn it. I hate this cough. It's a pain in the neck. So, Alpine Guide enters. If you've got Panharmonicon out, you'll now search for 2 mountain cards, put them on play tapped and shuffle, and then when the guide leaves, you sacrifice one of them. You're still ahead by a land. So if you've got effects of that nature, and then, heaven forbid you do something silly like, oh, okay, that's kind of funny. I was going to say, something silly like Splinter Twin. Well, then I have, as one of the decks I'm working on, my Teamer Splinter Twin deck. And, here's a bunch of ways to copy stuff. Here's a bunch of ways to untap stuff. Usually, untapping the thing that's, like Splinter Twin, throw it on, let's say, Pestermite, taps a Pestermite, use the untap ability to untap the Splinter Twin, etc., etc. Make infinite tokens that way. What I could do is I could throw Panharmonicon. Oh, yeah, Panharmonicon would be hilarious in this deck. Because any of these enter triggers would double. Like, Priest of Urabrask would enter. It would cost me 3 to cast, but I'd get 6, which would still net me +3. I need to find a way to throw. I need to find a way to throw Panharmonicon into this list somehow. Oh yeah, Cloud Thresher. So, part of the thing about this deck is it runs Intruder Alarm. Whenever a creature enters, untap all creatures. Not all creatures you control, all creatures. Cloud Thresher will just that with an Intruder Alarm out and Kiki Jiki, let's say, will just shoot down all flyers, start killing players in the process. I don't know if I've got. Do I have a way to gain any life in here? Oh dear. I might need to find a way to gain life. Oops. But yeah, want Panharmonicon in this deck. Oh, need a Panharmonicon. Wait. Nope. Oh well. Yeah. So anyway, TLDR. There's ways to make that sacking 2 lands not that big a deal. Also, some lands want to be sacrificed. Here's a here's a land that commonly wants to be sacrificed. Uh, damn it! Tried muting, missed. Had the finger on the button, hand slid. When it's put on the graveyard from the battlefield, search for planes put on the battlefield, tapped and shuffle. Does not have to be basic planes. Just has to have the planes type. Also, Drownyard Temple. You can pay 3 mana and return it from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. So, again, you know, there's ways to make this much less painful than it first appears. Steamflogger Boss. Barring actually dealing with contraptions, the only reason to play this card, realistically, is a quote-unquote tribal deck. I.e., I'm playing a deck with a bunch of changelings, and because they're changelings, they've got all creature types. And so anything that cares about stuff that has a relevant creature type, here, this gives me a thing to do. Because this also means, for example, they're dwarves and they're rells and they're orcs at the same time. So anything that cares about dwarves, elves, or orcs will work with those. So that's basically taking the idea of, for example, elf decks, sometimes in other formats, grab a card like, excuse you, grab a card like Masked Vandal, and because it's, you know, it's got Changeling, it means it's all creature types in all zones, and so they commonly use Masked Vandal to exile a creature card from the graveyard to exile an artifact or enchantment. This is basically taking that idea of, well, I'm playing an elf deck and I've got a couple of changelings. Cut out the middleman and just use a bunch of changelings and some cards that affect the relevant creature types. Wow. Good example. Crucible of Fire. Dragon creatures you control get +3/+3. When you're playing with a bunch of changelings, you know, your 1 mana changeling is still, you know, suddenly a 4/4 to start off with. So, Steamflogger Boss, I would suggest is in most decks, in most cases, is in a deck because of that. Flowstone Embrace. Again, back to enchantments that tap for an ability, which is a rare thing. Keep in mind, the person who controls the aura gets to tap it or not tap it for the ability. Not the person who controls the creature. So, if I throw this on your creature, I'm the one that gets to decide whether or not to to swap 2 points of power and toughness around or not. That being said, a card like this, I would generally end up playing Immolation instead. Boop. 1 red. Enchant creature. Enchant creature gets +2/-2. What Flowstone Embrace allows me to do is cast it now, and then decide later, hey, by the way, you know, do this now. Thunderblade Charge. 3 mana, 3 damage to a target as a sorcery. Meh. But, whenever one or more creatures you control deal combat damage to a player, if this is in your graveyard, you may pay 3 red +2. If you do, you may cast it without paying its mana cost. This is trying to reference this. Hammer Bogardan. The mana cost is the exact same. They're both sorcery, 3 damage to a target. They're both triple red +2. Hammer says on your upkeep you bring it back to your hand. Charge says, oh, hit some. I hit someone. Cool, cast me again. Thunderblade Charge is going to go from your graveyard onto the stack, targeting something else, and then when it resolves, go back to the graveyard. Barring other shenanigans, you know, like remand or whatever else. This is basically just going to bounce back and forth between the stack and the graveyard. Go beep, 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 beep. Yeah, I don't sound like I'm in my 50s, do I? But yeah. If you're considering a hammer... So, the primary reason to run Hammer of Bogardan over Thunderblade Charge is because you want the card specifically in your hand. So you're generally looking at like a you're discarding it regularly. Discarding it for an effect like zombie infestation or what have you. The problem is you're going to be heavy enough on red to be able to make it work. You just want this to burn your opponent's face off, or your opponent's monster's faces off, or whatever. I would generally prefer the charge. In narrow circumstances, the hammer is better. So, they aren't the same card. They're similar, but they're not the same. Terex Bladewind. Again, going back to the routine about grandeur. If you can get this to... And again, the big problem with cards with grandeur is trying to get it from your graveyard back to your hand. This, if you can do the shenanigans to make this work, this, when you grandeur it, is going to be an 8/7. You know, you're spending 5 mana and pitching a card regularly to have an 8/7 flying haste, which is fine. Like, this is one of those cards I think I could more commonly see this as a commander compared to some of the others. But again, you would need to find shenanigans to make that work. For Mori Nomad, 5 mana for 4/4. Nomad Giant, I think, may have been power crept by now. Barely. Once. Last new sale back during Ether Revolt. You can now get a 5/4. Yeah, you can get a 5/4, a 4/4, or a 6/1. That's for that exact mana value. If you don't have the restriction of this having to be at least a 4, then yeah, that's different. But yeah, for a vanilla creature, I mean this is still reasonable. 5 mana for a 4/4 at vanilla is okay. You know, are you playing? If you're playing Nomad, like I could see somebody trying to build a Nomad tribal deck. I don't know if there's enough cards to make it work or not. I mean, there probably is. 28 cards. Okay. Then depending on your color, there's no commander for it. Sort by color. Mono white gets access to it. Yeah. You cut out these two. You get 26 nomads. And yeah, you'd end up having to run it basically as filler. Well, maybe I shouldn't say filler, but you'd end up bringing it because there's not. You need enough bodies. So yeah, if you're playing so nomads, you'd be playing it mostly out of necessity. Char Rumbler, the one of the few cards that actually has power greater or power less than 0. I think there's 2 of them. 2. The first one was during 5th Dawn. And also, it was -1 power, -1 toughness. So, if you wanted it to survive at all, you had to cast it with at least 2 colors. Char Rumbler was the first one that could survive on its own, but still had -1 power. Which means, and it was 4 mana for a -1/3 double strike. Which means the first mana that you pumped into it made it into a 0/3. You need to pump a second mana into it to make a 1/3. But it's got double strike, so it's kind of a 2/3. So the first mana that you put into this doesn't do anything. That being said, you've also got access to things like this. This is a card I actually took out of one of my decks because I found something better. Giant Spectacle. Red +1. Enchant creature gets +2/+1 and has menace. you have a double striker, and now it's got menace. And now they need two creatures to block it, but it's going to hit twice, and the first one's first strike damage. And so this is +2/+1, so this will put it at least a 1/4 before fire breathing, and then the double strike. Yeah. Um, I mean, double strike is always going to be, it's always going to be good, it's always going to be annoying, etc., etc. Nope. But, I don't know. I find the Char Rumbler harder to deal with. I think, honestly, in most cases, I would prefer most of these other cards above the Char Rumbler. Just because it's, you gotta get past that -1 power first. Once you get past that, again, the fact that it's got double strike, it accelerates hard. You know, plus, what do we got at 4 mana that's got double strike now? ID equal red. O double. Mana value equal 4. Power greater than -1. See, a free flame painter. Knuckles the Echidna. I'm sure I'm saying that wrong. Oh well. Hand of Grizzlebrand, which has Undying, which means that when it dies, it comes back with a +1 counter on it. Falashi Chain Dancer's got activated double strike, which I think is nice. Momentum Rumbler will start off with nothing, and then gain first strike, and then gain double strike. Ridgetop Raptor, kind of weak compared to everyone else, but it's a 2/1 double strike, and again, from like the first set that had double strike. Spiraling Duelist. 4 mana for a 3/1 double strike as long as you've got 3 or more artifacts. That should be easy. You're playing Commander. You know, you have enough other options. Gathan Raiders. I always like Gathan Raiders. I forget where I put it, but I had it in the deck. I'm sure it's a pauper deck. That's like, you know, like it's the worst it is 3 mana and an extra card for a 3/3. That's occasionally a 5/5. I know I had. Did I put you in? I wonder if I put you in Waldrazi. The funny thing about a format where you get to play more than one Gathan Raiders is, you know, being able to turn them face up as soon as you, like, if you have to pay the cost to turn more than one face up in the same turn, there's a not unreasonable chance you're playing red that your hand's empty by then. You know, so suddenly this is like 5 mana 5/5s. That being said, 5 mana 5/5, not that hard to come up with these days. But you can have that as a 3 mana 5/5. Potentially. I mean, I really like the card, but in a format like Commander, I don't think it's that good unless you've got a way to continuously keep your hand empty. But even if you do, your payoff is a 5 mana 5/5. What you really want that to be is a payoff of like a 3 mana 5/5. But still, even at that point, apart from size, realistically, it's a vanilla creature. Once it's in play, the only thing that it does is check to see if you've got any cards in hand. Wouldn't worry about it. Fatal Attraction. You know where Fatal Attraction goes? With cards like Brash Taunter. And in fact, I was thinking about God damn it. The hell? I don't know if I got it or not. There's a card that randomly came up. I don't remember when it came up. Let's see if I can find it. Oh, yeah, I was chatting with a friend of mine yesterday online, like an online friend of chat up. I was chatting with an online friend of mine yesterday. There we go. Words, they exist. We'll get there eventually. And we were talking about and the word spite came up, and so spiteful bully. You know, because I decided to be silly, and there's this bot in the chat room that lets me do some of the Scryfall stuff. And, you know, Scryfall can let you hit the random button. And then what it can also let you do, the bot can let you put a restriction in that says, hey, by the way, I want a random card, but I want a random card from this subset. Yeah. Nope. Oh. Nope. Nope. I'll have to figure out how it does it anyway, or at some point. But anyway, so the bot allows me to go, hey, by the way, give me a random card, but add this restriction. Well, the person I'm chatting with was talking about spite. So I said, give me a random card with the word, with the word spite in its name. And Spiteful Bully came up. 3 mana for, or sorry, 2 mana for a 3/3. Beginning of your upkeep, 3 damage to target creature you control. Now, if you have no other creatures, and this is a 2-drop, so it's probably, in theory, it's probably having a target itself, so you're only keeping it around for a turn. But it got me thinking, that 3 damage to target creature you control, some creatures want to be targeted. What? Stuffy Doll. Great example of this. Whenever it's dealt damage, deals that much damage to the chosen player. You choose a creature when it comes into play. Or I choose a player when it comes into play. And then you can tap it to deal damage to itself, which obviously it will redirect to the opposing player. And so what you do is you've got Spiteful Bully that every upkeep will take that damage, and it'll take that 3 damage, and it'll set a Stuffy Doll, and the Stuffy Doll will hit somebody else. Well, now I'm taking a look at Fatal Attraction. If you've got a Stuffy Doll effect, you cast Fatal Attraction on the Stuffy Doll. That 2 damage is going to go to your opponent. And then on your upkeep, it'll deal 4 more. And you just keep shooting your opponent with it. It, for the most part, took me this many years I was today years old, i.e. like 18 years later. Like I saw this card and I was like, why would I do this? Now, yes, there had to be cards that you would put this, but you would generally look at this card and go, oh, okay, well, I'll put this on one of my opponent's creatures. That's generally the correct play for a card like this. But this is Commander. Commander, at least at the casual end, is all about doing weird stuff. It's all about looking at what, looking the cards that are in front of us and going, what weird and unusual ways can I use to make this work? And I just realized today, Fatal Attraction, on a certain number of cards, you want to put them on your own creature. Spite Mare, Brash Taunter, Barb Servitor, Stuffy Doll, Phyrexian Vindicator, any of the, the one from Spider-Man. Anti-Venom. These are the kind of cards that you want to throw Fatal Attraction on your own creature. And you end up with a consistent source of damage to the creature. And in the case of Anti-Venom, that means making it get consistently bigger every turn. Anti-Venom, making him grow +2/+2 when you cast it, and then +4/+4 every upkeep. Just no big deal. So yeah, you're building that solid deck. Fatal Attraction will just keep burning your opponent's face off. Bogardan Lancer. The funny thing about Bogardan Lancer is I take a look at it and I'm like, that's perfectly serviceable just without Bloodthirst. Like, it doesn't look incredible, but think about it. A card from 18 years ago. 1 red, 1 other for a 1/1 with flanking. Which is approximately about a 2/2. That's really good for back then. Then you add on Bloodthirst. I play a 1-drop. Turn 2, I attack with the 1-drop. I deal 1 point of damage. I play my second land. I tap both. I play Bogardan Lancer. I've now got a 2/2 with flanking. Here's the kicker part. 2 mana, 2/2, with a bonus ability, with no drawback, at common, 18 years ago. Really, really. Like, I need to point this out to people. At that point, Red was happy if it got, like, assuming there were any abilities on it at all. 2 mana, you could get, like, a 1/2 with something. You could get a 2/1. You're not getting fire breathing on it unless you're paying through the nose for fire breathing. You're not even getting a vanilla 2/2. Regardless of creature types, it could be like a 2/2 jellyfish. You're still probably paying at least 3 mana for it. So for the ability to actually have and so to see a 2 mana 1/1 with flanking, which again is kind of like a 2-power creature anyway, because of how it handles combat against other X1s or against other creatures. Its attack, it's basically acting as though it's got an extra point of power. Yes, it's the other direction. I understand that. But the math is simply this way. And the potential for it to be a 2/2 with... Yeah, this is huge. This was basically at the point where you could go a 2 mana 2/2 in red at common is not unreasonable. But still going to be really hard to come up with. Also, Knight at that point was not really a supported creature type. I think there might have been like 1 or 2 cards that support Knights, but that's about it. And Human? Yeah, forget it. Human was not a supported creature type. You know, you get a Human Wizard, it's going in a Wizard Tribal deck. You don't put it in a Human deck, because there was no Human deck. Ember World Augur. 2 mana for 2/1. Good example here. This is on par with what we would be expecting. Sack on your upkeep to deal 3 damage to target player Planeswalker. Again, and this requires explanation fairly regularly. Back in the day, so here's the thing. By the time Future Sight came out, which was 2007, Planeswalkers did not yet exist. The original rules for Planeswalkers said that if we wanted to deal damage to, like, Lightning Bolt, as an example, could deal damage to a Planeswalker, but what we'd have to do is, like, for example, you cast Lightning Bolt targeting one of my Planeswalkers, let's say, Vivian Reed. You want to target Vivian, what you'd have to do is send the Lightning Bolt at me, and then say, on resolution, I deal the damage to Vivian. It worked this way for a few years. I want to say it was like M14 or somewhere around there. They finally got rid of that and turned around and said no, because everyone's shortcutting it to ideal 3 damage to your Planeswalker. Since everyone's shortcutting it that way, we'll just change the rule to say no, you can deal damage directly to the Planeswalker now. But for a few years, It was you had to deal damage to the player first and then to the planeswalker. This was, keep in mind, planeswalkers were the first new card type since one could make an argument for around 5th edition with mana sources, but that only existed for like a handful of cards. It was basically instants that couldn't be countered because they generated mana. They wanted it to fall under the same rule as tapping a land for mana, not being able to interrupt that. Apart from that, the first new card type since basically alpha. And so there were some. Here's a list of rules on how they work that have gone through some tweaks over the years, and some have got completely dropped, and now they're all treated as though, because a lot of the rules for planeswalkers largely copied the rules for legendary. They eventually, I want to say around War of the Spark, turned around and said, you know what? Make them all legendary now. Just why do we have two different categories? They're largely the same thing. Legendary, we already have legendary artifacts, creatures, enchantments, lands, instants, and sorceries. Why not just make them part of the same thing? But for the first few years, it had to be, you want to hit a planeswalker, you had to do it this way. When battles came out, they already understood all the growing pains, all the traps, this, that, whatever else. Introducing a new card type would invoke. So, we've only had a few in one set realistically. They're giving more time to see how they play out before seeing. And B, they don't interact the same way that planeswalkers do. And so stuff that can hit, stuff that has been errated to say any target can hit battles. Stuff that could hit players, you never had to go through the player to hit the battle. So, yeah. So they don't hit battles. But, yeah. Again, Augur Cycle, relevant creature type, 2 mana, 2/1, with an interesting ability. Which, again, you're playing this in Commander. I would mostly say this as I would keep this as a 2 mana spell that can deal 3 damage to a planeswalker. It's rare it's going to go elsewhere. But in a goblin deck, yeah, I'd still play it. Spark Spitter. Remember what I was saying before about, these 1 mana cards that, 1 red, 3/1 elemental, named Spark Elemental. So, 1 red, 3/1, trample, haste, sack at the end of turn. 1 red, 3/1, trample, haste, ping, end of turn, sacrifice at the end of turn. Spark Spitter is literally making Spark Elemental tokens. Same as what we've seen from whatever the Kithkin one was called that made Gold Meadow Harrier. the Cloud Seeder, the Skirkridge. I want to say Skirkridge Exhumer. I don't think that's right, but Spark Spitter, same idea. I like this card more because this is basically doing. This is kind of like because they keep trying to find ways to reprint Lightning Bolt without reprinting Lightning Bolt. Uh, is this the right one? No, not that one. Um, Moonrager Slash. 3 mana instant. 3 damage to our target. Costs 2 less to cast if it's night. I.e., the day-night cycle. If it's swapped to night, this is what people a friend of mine refers to as Lightning Bolt. It does average to 2 mana, but people are going to try and cast it cast it on 1. And yeah, they're going to consistently try and find ways to reprint Lightning Bolt. In fact, one of the first ones they had was Fiery Temper. 3 mana, 3 damage to any target. Madness for a red. If you've got a way to discard it, here's 3 damage for 1 mana. Spark Spitter. Spark Elemental. 3/1 Trample Haste. Sack at the end of turn. So 3 damage for 1 mana. Thunk. If you're looking to burn somebody's face off, these are fun. It's even more fun is if you've got a way to duplicate them. So, for example, if you have... If you've got a way to, like... I was going to say doubling season. So basically, if you've got a way to duplicate your tokens... then you send 2 for... Yeah. Yeah, you want to burn somebody's faces off. Spark Spitter might actually be up your alley. Oh my dog. 11:30 already. I'm going to have to get through this quickly. Green. 6 mana for 4/5 with Split Second Shroud. And when something an opponent controls causes you to discard it, return it back to your hand. If you're forced to discard it, you get it back. It's a 4/5 with Split Second and Shroud. Split Second is basically can't be countered. This is basically a twist on Skragnoth, which is 5 mana, 3/4 pro blue, 6 mana, 4/5. Can't be countered, Split Second. Shroud instead of protection from blue. And then this tacked on for, I guess, because Skragnoth... Yeah, Skragnoth originally was an uncommon. Yeah, this is a rare. Okay. I can... Yeah, even looks vaguely similar. But yeah, if you want stuff that people can't counter and hard to interact with on the stack, you're probably playing this. Shroud means they can't target it. So again, if you're looking for the, you can't touch this. If you're going to do that, do yourself a favor and do the deck up in purple sleeves. But yeah, that's where I would go with that. Phosphorescent Feast. Chroma is the progenitor to Devotion. Uh, Devotion only cares about stuff that's in play. Chroma will reference elsewhere. Chroma will reference uh, cards in play, cards in your library, cards in your hand, wherever. So, Phosphorescent Feast, if you reveal, this doesn't care about how many cards are in your hand. This cares about how many green mana symbols are there. So you could have one card in hand, and if it's like Colonian Hydra, I think it's called. No, not Colonian Hydra. Um, Colony Hydra. No. Yeah, Colony Hydra. 8 green mana symbols. This was the. This, I think, is the most colored mana symbols of the same color on a EDH slash like commander slash vintage legal card. It's Colony Hydra. So if you reveal that, if you reveal Colony Hydra, it's the only card in your hand, but you reveal that to Phosphorescent Feast. You gain 2 life for each green mana symbol in those cards' mana cost. You're going to gain 16 life. If you play this card, I'm not recommending you do. If you play this card, A, you're looking to gain a bunch of life. B, you're heavy in green. C, a lot of your cards have multiple mana symbols. You want them to be as heavy in green mana symbols as you reasonably can. I would say as much as possible. I would say as much as possible, at least 3 green mana symbols. Then Phosphorescent Feast might be worth it and gain you a healthy amount of life. You could reveal 2 cards and gain like 12 life. If you're doing that, again, the 2 main categories of how much life am I trying to gain at once. Am I gaining, if I'm gaining 10 life, have I got 10 instances of gain 1 life or 1 instance of gain 10 life? Which way is my deck being built? This wants to gain 10 life at once. If you're building life gain, if you're heavy on green, that's the kind of card you put in. Make sure you've got as many double, triple, quadruple green mana pips as possible. Petrified Plating. I have this in one list. It is in Selesnya. Where are you? There we go. Selesnya. um, this is a poison-based deck. Okay, 22 cards to carry. And am I wrong? Is it not this deck? I thought it was. I know I was going to. I know I was really strongly considering it for this deck. Did I not put it in here? I apologize. I am wrong. I wonder. I know I was considering it. I was really strongly considering it. I think the reason I didn't was because it wasn't enough. I remember petrified plating. I was gonna put you in. Petrified plating. Yeah, I guess not. I know I was considering throwing this in because it's an aura that gives +2/+2, which while it doesn't sound like a lot, A, if you're putting it on a creature that's got infect or otherwise deals poison or some other similar ability based on how big it is. Or for example, you mill somebody based on how much damage they deal or how much damage your creature deals to them. Even +2/+2, especially when it comes to poison, makes a big difference. I know I was considering you though. But that's the sort of card where I would put that. Elves, maybe unlikely. Um, but yeah, something where your creatures need to be pumped if you want a consistent pump, as opposed to something like Giant Growth, which disappears at the end of, you know, you use it once and then it's done. Also, it's 8 cents. You know, if budget is an option, it's not completely unreasonable. Actually, incidentally, how much is Selesnya poison? Okay, $20. One of the more expensive decks, and almost $50 from Card Kingdom. Okay, okay. Imperiosaur. The weird thing about Imperiosaur, the more budget your deck is, the better this is. The more like Tomer from MTG Goldfish you end up having to build, the better this is. Why? Spend only mana produced by basic lands to cast a spell. If you are and I'm not disagreeing, he loves his basic lands. You know, let's say you've got a deck that's got like 38 lands. If you take a look at a lot of my lists, they're in the ballpark of 15 to 20 basic lands. I think he pushes more towards like 25 or so, but still, 25 leaves you 13 slots, assuming 38 lands, 13 slots for non-basic lands to do a lot of things. You know, a couple of slots for utility lands, and then a bunch of like dual lands or tri lands or whatever. If you're building a dinosaur tribal, which is going to be heavy on green anyway, I can tell you that right now, and you're building on a budget, Imperiosaur is going to be really good for you. Cyclical Evolution. This basically tries to be giant growth that you can get back every 3 turns because it auto-suspends itself. The problem is it has to be cast as a sorcery, or, on your upkeep. Um, but yeah, we'll point out because it targets a creature. If you don't have a legal target when you can't cast it if there's no creature to target, and if the creature you target is no longer legal for whatever reason when it tries to resolve, the entire spell fails. It'll end up in your graveyard. Um, eh. I'm less thrilled with this. I'd rather have something that gives, a consistent pump every turn. Um, every because to me this is one of those cards that requires planning around, and it's harder for something like that. Llanowar Augur, historically saw a fair amount of play in historically saw a lot of play in Pauper when Infect was a bigger thing. I want to say when Invigorate was still legal, because you know casting this on one turn and then sacrificing it the following turn to give your creature +3/+3. That's got Infect, and by the way, it's unblockable, and by the way, and you're dead now. Yeah. Also, the fact that don't gloss over this +3/+3 and trample till end of turn. So you're playing elves. If this is one of those, I plan on attacking this turn. I'm probably going to attack with this. Okay, thunk. Because you have to do this on your upkeep, so you do have to plan, but still. Still really good. Nesting Courser. Got a reprint in the Theros. 3 mana, 3/3 vanilla creature. Eh. Um, I don't see a good reason to play this because don't forget, like, well, if you're playing if you're playing mono green, at triple green you've got Leatherback Baloth, which is a 4/5. But even without going down that rabbit hole, you should be able to get 3/4s, 3/4, 4/3, 2/4, somewhere in that range. Uh, pretty easily for 3 mana. So I'd probably pass on the Courser compared to the 2/3 Blind Phantasm. I would take the Blind Phantasm because it suits what blue needs more than the green one does. Kavu Primarch. 4 mana for 3/3, which, so, ignore Kicker for the moment. Ignore Convoke at the moment. Okay? Convoke only matters with how you cast it. We're taking that out of the equation altogether. You've now got, and actually it might be easier to read the actual physical card in this context. Kicker 4. If the kicker cost was paid, enters with 4/+1 counters on it. So, it's a 4 mana 3/3 with Convoke that you can kick for 4, and Convoke can also go towards that kicker cost. If you do, it's a 7/7. Well, a 3/3 with 4/+1 counters on it. Minor quibble, occasionally relevant. But that's the thing is, regardless of what you do with it, it's still a vanilla creature. It doesn't have trample. It doesn't reach. It doesn't. It's just a big body. Now, sometimes, yes, you need a big body. And this is something that is castable as just, without paying mana at all. If you're playing Saprolings, for example, you could tap like 8 Saprolings and have all your mana still up and go, hey, by the way, now I've got a 7/7. Okay. But it's. I find it kind of meh. I'm honestly so far out of what I'm seeing. I'm more interested in the Llanowar Augur and pretty much this entire, this entire top row compared to the other 3 on this list. Quiet Disrepair. Quiet Disrepair has always been weird. 2 mana for an aura that you put on something you can naturalize. And at the beginning of your upkeep, you choose to either blow it up or gain 2 life. I think in general, if you're going to use Quiet Disrepair, you want to gain the 2 life regularly. And then at some point when you've had enough, you go, and I don't mean enough life, I mean when you don't need the permanent around anymore, then you go, okay, blow it up now. I think this is a consistent gain 2 life in most decks. In which case, again, you want to put this in something where you're gaining life consistently. Good example, a deck with a Johnny's Pride made. Llanowar Empath. 4 mana for 2/2. When it enters Scry 2, then reveal the top of your library. If it's a creature card, put it in your hand. Don't think I put this in my elf deck. I don't think I put it in either one. I might have. I think my common cells deck is like 34 lands. So, barely over a third lands. So, it's not unreasonable to hit. I don't think I put it in. No. What about the... Golgariels? Nope, didn't. Not there either. You'll notice that when it comes to the L's, I've got them sorted by mana value. Just because that you want to be able to hit certain mana values, fairly easily. So, my commons only deck, I've got 21 mana L's and 21 mana cards and 17 2 mana cards. Again, most of which are L's. Because you want to be able to hit the cheap stuff, quickly enough to get the rest of your deck going. Yeah, Llanowar Empath. I feel like this deck wants your deck to be more than half creatures. But yeah, probably if it's more than half creatures, you can probably get away with it. Which is going to make things more difficult, but not impossible. If you go to my 5-color deck here, for example, this is, and notice the fact that I'm not doing the visual spoiler for this. This deck is literally half creatures. 6, 12, 9, 26, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54. There are 54 creatures in this deck, not counting Asuka herself. And then not counting anything that's like a planeswalker, for example. And at least 50 of these are animals. What do I mean by animals? Alright, I'll have to go visual for a sec. Here's a good example. Creature type, dog. Okay? Creature type, dinosaur. I count dinosaurs because they did exist. Creature type, elephant. Anything that's an animal that doesn't suggest any sort of Temur Sabertooth. Probably the best example I can come up with at the moment. Creature, cat, not, for example, creature, cat, warrior. Because there's some individuals that are there's some individuals that are very much, well, we are animal, but we are, for lack of my wording, nobody else's, we are derived from animals, but we have sentience, we have civilization, we have, you know, we deal with food and clothing and weaponry, weapons and harvesting and all that other jazz. Those don't count. They may count as one of the others that are in the deck, but as far as something that's actually an animal, no. 50 animals in that deck. Llanowar Empath could make it in. Ravaging Riftworm. 3 mana for 6/6 with Vanishing 2. If it was kicked, you get to keep it around for 3 more turns. You're playing a green deck that wants a... So first, again, if it never has a way to get a counter on it to begin with. So, again, Solemnity et al. Then you don't have to worry about the vanishing. Second, trigger ability. When the last counter is removed, sacrifice it. Counter that trigger, you get to keep it around. So there's ways to get this to be a 3 mana 6/6. There's ways to make it work. If you don't want to go through that, then you pay 4 more mana, at which point now you're paying 7 mana for 6/6, at which point Y, and you now got Vanishing 5, which means in a few turns it's still going to disappear. I would find a way to shortcut it, or put in a deck that's got proliferate shenanigans and just not care. Or put in a deck that cares about the creature's power, and that's it. What do you mean? I'll explain when I get to the next row. Baru Fist of Grossa. so easy to make this, like, really powerful. This is a card I will happily play without Grandeur. Whenever Force enters, green creatures you control get +1/+1, gain trample till end of turn. Huge. By the way, um, don't forget about this from Planar Chaos. All forests and all saplings are 1/1 grain, saplings, and forest lands in addition to their types. Give all your creatures all creature types, or at least give them all, make them all saplings, but find a way to get them all creature types is the easiest way to handle this. And you have a myocrytal growth. Yeah. And then if you do that and a creature comes into play, well, your creatures are now forests. Your green creatures now get +1/+1, gain trample till end of turn, which will also include your lands because Yavimaya turns around, makes all your stuff forests in addition to whatever they already are. But because of life and limb, that also means they're sapling creatures. Yeah, have fun with that. So basically, any creature enters or any land enters, everything gets bigger and trampled till end of turn. Have fun. Force of Savagery. What? Toughness less than 1. Alright. How many things actually have... Alright. Alright. Choose what is when it enters. 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 That leaves these three. Uh, Parent toughness. Choose what is when it enters, basically. Enters with a +1 counter for each zombie from your hand that you revealed. So the only one that actually is legitimately straight up 0 toughness is Force of Savagery. All that to say that. So, the only card that legitimately, in and of itself, has 0 toughness is, or less, is Force of Savagery. Everything else ends up with counters on it somehow, or copies a thing, or or has something else to have its base version enter alive. Force of Savagery needs help staying alive. Staying alive. So, what's going on here? Well, on average, this is 3 mana for a 4/4 trample. Sounds really good, right? Except it comes into play dead, literally. 0 toughness. As soon as it hits battlefield, unless there's something there to keep it alive, it's dead. So, you've got 2 ways of dealing that. One, you find a way to keep it alive. Gaia's Anthem, good example. 2 green +1, creatures you control get +1/+1, or Sylvan Anthem, 2 green creatures you control get +1/+1. Whenever a green creature you control enters, scry 1. Both will keep the force from coming to play dead. 2. You don't care about it staying around. You just care about the fact that it's got a huge amount of power. Well, why? Pandemonium, good example. Whenever a creature enters, that creature's controller may have it, the creature, deal damage equal to its power to any target of their choice. Notice the fact that it got time shifted. Pardon me. So it and Force of Savagery were both in the same block together. Pandemonium, I cast Force of Savagery, it comes into play, it dies right away, but in the process, Pandemonium triggers, and that Force of Savagery now deals 8 damage to any target. Again, you might be looking at Ravaging Riftworm in a similar manner. The fact that it's a 3 mana, 6 power creature, you don't care about keeping it around or not. Centaur Omen Reader. My big thing for Centaur Omen Reader, it is a cost reducer. Gruel. No. That one, I think. No? Are you not in here? You only had the one print. Green. Centaur. I guess not. I'm sure I've got a reason for you somewhere. I don't see you. Golgari, no. Simic would be the other one. Jund. Oh! You. Probably. Yep. Cost reducers. Centaur Omen Reader. As long as it's tapped, creature spells I play cost 2 less to play. All of these are here are to try and make my dinosaurs cost less to cast. This badge here is to basically tap for mana and go, hey, by the way, you know, this all basically turns around and gets me extra mana somehow. These are my big fat dinosaurs. Here's my removal, which in some cases also includes a couple of, you know, beasties. As there is predation. Kill them. Kill them all. And some mana rocks, my dual lands, and go from there. But yeah, it is in that deck to be a cost reducer. Well, how do I reduce cost? As long as it's tapped. Well, I could attack with it, but that would be silly. Why not play cards like Springleaf Drum and Holdout Settlement and like that want the, you know, or even a card like Viridian Longbow, give a creature a tap ability, tap, ping, hey, by the way, now my stuff costs 2 less. No big deal. So that's where I'm going with that one. But yeah, like Centaur Omen Reader, if you have ever played or looked at Scare Tiller and went, huh, Centaur Omen Reader, you want to be using it in a similar manner. The easiest way is to attack with it, but you don't need to attack with it. Spell Waldoof. Spells that target this cost 2 less to cast. What I'm seeing here is something that's more like a flag bearer, because it's so easy to send your spells, your removal or whatever at it. Do not recommend. Do not recommend. Llanowar Mentor. Oh, gee, take a look. 1 green for a 1/1 elf druid named Llanowar Elves. It has tap, add green. 1 green for a 1/1 tap, add green, elf druid. Gee, I wonder. Ooh, pretty. Wow, that's unusual. No wonder you're 64 bucks a pop. Wow, you guys are insanely expensive. It's just Llanowar Elves. Anyway. Oh wow, 1, 2, 3, 4. Oops. The two cards that have a multicolor identity that aren't multicolored. Whipspine Drake, 3/3 flyer, which you can turn face up for 3. So it costs blue, but you can turn it face up for white. Wouldn't bother doing it that way because blue, to be fair, also and white have got enough ways to flicker that you don't need to take this route. So it's cute. I wouldn't bother. Henchfiend of Ukor. 4 mana for 3/2 with Echo of black red. Or sorry, black white. 3/2 with haste. And Rakdos fire breathing. I.e., you can pay red or black for the fire breathing ability. This is basically trying to be Fireball. Think about it. Red +3 for 3/2 with haste. And for each additional red or black you pump into it. So basically, this is the, casting it as a creature. 3 damage, or 3 mana, 3 damage. For each additional black or red, additional +1. Cast this as a fireball that, for the most part, requires black or red mana. But you can only send it to an opponent. But you can delay paying the extra mana on. Upkeep costs the following turn. Is it going to let the following turn? Don't know. Probably don't care. I'm attacking with this to try and get through as much damage as I can. Multicolored cards. Glittering Wish does not work in Commander. The rules for Commander have for quite some time now said that cards that retrieve cards from outside the game don't work. There is no outside the game to get it from. If your group allows a so-called wish board, then yes, this will work. You can access cards from your wish board. People that do, groups that allow that, their wish board, i.e., a sideboard of about 10 cards, usually with cards that I can access via Glittering Wish, Cunning Wish, Death Wish, etc. They generally allow 10 cards to allow a little extra flexibility during the course of the game. But general rule of thumb, they're not a thing. Which explains why this is at the bottom. Joyra, really silly commander. 3 mana for a 2/2 human wizard. Pay 2 and exile a card from your a non-land from your hand. And you now get to store it for 4 turns with suspend. It could have had suspend 12. And suddenly it's like, nope, 4 turns. And it's pay 2 to do it. It's not pay 6 to do it or whatever the suspend cost might have been before. No, it's 2. And she doesn't tap for it, so you can suspend like 3 cards to do it. And then Sliver Legion. All Sliver creatures get +1/+1 for each other sliver on the battlefield. If you're playing Tribal, what on earth? Never meet your heroes. You might discover they're just another extension of your hive mind's consciousness. By the way, notice how in the background, this version, magic, planeswalker symbol, emergency exit. That's hilarious. But yeah, this is also the kind of card that might be really fun in a tribal deck. Artifacts. 11 artifacts. Sarcomite Mirror, I think we've already covered. So we'll go through these quickly. So Tether Golem, whenever another creature you control enters, put time counter on this thing. It's otherwise a 2 mana 3/3 with Vanishing 1. Wet Wheel. 4 to cast, Morph of 3. But it's not a creature once it's turned face up. Double X and tap, target player mills X cards. So if you want to make the mill 3, you have to pay 6. Darksteel Garrison. Our first, I think so far, only. Nope, there's one more since then. From Pip-Boy. Fallout. Darksteel Garrison. 4/5. It is basically equipment, but for lands. 4/5 land, equipped land. Has indestructible. Whenever 4/5 land becomes tapped, target creature gets +1/+1 till end of turn. 4/5s for 3. And then camp is whenever 4/5 lands tap for mana, put a +1 counter on target creature you control. If that shares a color with the mana that. So basically, if you tap for green and you put a +1 counter on a green creature, you also get a junk token. And again, 3 to cast, 3 to fortify. Garrison is 2 to cast, 3 to fortify. Sliversmith. One to cast. Create a 1/1 colorless sliver artifact creature token named Metallic Sliver, which is a 1/1 colorless artifact creature token. Sliver. Apocryphite. Think epoch as in like a given span of time. 2 mana, 1/1. Enters with 3 +1 counters if you didn't cast it from your hand. So, did you cheat it in a play, for example? Did you reanimate it with, I don't know, Helping Hand, for example? When it dies, exile it with 3 time counters on it and it gains suspend. That's the usual way you would get it back into play. But when it dies, it gets exiled, gains suspend for 3 more turns. So every 3 turns, like every third, dies, 3 turns later, comes back, dies, 3 turns later, comes back, dies, 3 turns later, comes back. You get the drill. But you want to play a deck with a bunch of cheap reanimation. Return target creature mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield for a single black. If you can get into your graveyard first, bring it back with, Unearth or a similar card. You reanimating a 4/4 for 1 or 2 mana. Fieldstone Amulet. Whenever you cast a spell, creatures you control can't be the targets of spells or abilities your opponents control this turn. So, whenever you cast a spell, creatures you control more or less gain hexproof. Wonder what the difference between this and giving them hexproof is. Can't be targets of spells or abilities. I'll have to ask about that. Sword of the Meek combos with Thopter Foundry to make I think it's basically like, what was it? Pay 1. Pay 1, sack a non-token artifact, make a Thopter gain a life. Pay 1. I think it boils down to like pay 1, gain a life. With, enters the battlefield triggers and dies triggers mixed in there, so those also combo for some other stuff. But Sword of the Meek largely gets used that way. It pretty much strictly gets used that way. It rarely gets used otherwise. Coalition Relic is Coalition Relic is a little weird. It's largely, I'll tap it and store a mana on it, and then next turn I'll get it, and then I can tap it for mana again. So basically I can get 2 mana out of it that turn. I'm temporarily storing mana for a turn. But if you can get the first counter on it in some manner, because it uses charge counters, you can proliferate those counters. Well, if you're proliferating those counters, at the beginning of your first main phase of your next, at the beginning of your first main phase, this could also all happen during your during your upkeep or during your draw step. It is possible to pull off proliferation shenanigans in the meantime. If you do that, then on your first main phase, let's say you've got 6 counters on it. Well, you take all 6 off. You now end up with 6 mana in any combination you want, because each counter that comes off Add 1 mana of any color to your mana pool for each counter removed this way. You remove 6 counters, you get 6 mana. Each one can be a different color mana. Well, 5. There's at least one would have to duplicate something else, but yeah, you get the point. Akroma's Memorial. Talk about all the time. Really good, really powerful. 7 mana artifact. Creatures you control have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 different abilities. Flying, First Strike, Vigilance, Trample, Haste, Protection from Black, Protection from Red. Big list of abilities. And quite commonly, any deck can use at least 2 of these. Like if you're playing a green deck, having flying and haste might not be a terrible option, or first strike and vigilance. You're playing blue. Blue does not get trample. Blue does not get haste. Blue does not get first strike. You put this in a mono blue deck, this is amazing, etc. Cloud Key. What I used for my thumbnail tonight. As it enters, choose artifact, creature, enchantment, instant, or sorcery. Spells you cast of the chosen type cost 1 less to cast. Yeah, this thing sees a lot of play because any deck that cares about any one given card category. So, for example, if I put it in my 3 tickets to the zoo please deck, it has 50 creatures in it. If I put it in there, I name creature, at least half my deck is getting cost reduced. And as for lands, so there are I'm going to do this by a different whoops. I'm going to do this because there's only the 12. There are okay. So let's start off here. This top row and the second one on the second row. All uncommon, all enter tapped, all enter for 1 mana of the appropriate color. All have a relevant ability. Well, all have a given ability. New Bedalia, when it enters, scry 1. Teleria West, transmute for 2 blue plus 1, which means you can pay 3 mana, discard it from your hand, search for anything that has the same mana value as itself, which in this case would be 0. Reveal it, put in your hand, and shuffle. Only as a sorcery. Deckmore Salvage, dredge 2. If it's in your graveyard, you can mill 2 cards. As long as you've got at least 2 cards in your deck, you can mill 2 anytime you would draw a card to put the salvage in your hand instead. Keldon Megalith. Uh, if you have no cards in hand, you can pay red +1 at any time and tap it to deal 1 damage to any target. Llanowar Reborn is Graft 1, which means it enters with a +1 counter. Whenever a creature enters, you can take that +1 counter and put it onto, take it off the land and put it onto the creature. Okay. That's the first batch. Second batch. The weird dual lands. They are all based on an allied color pair. There's 5 of them, so each one gets a different allied color pair, but each one is from a different type of cycle. What do I mean by that? What I mean is the red-green one works one way. The red-black one works a completely different way than the red-green one. So, Nimbus Maze is basically like the Verges. Taps for colorless. Taps for white if you control an island. Taps for blue if you control planes. River of Tears. Taps for blue, but if you play the land this turn, it taps for black instead. Graven Cairns. Taps for colorless. Tap a red or a black and hit and get either double red, double black, or red black. Grove of the Burn Willows is the opposite of the pain lands from Ice Age and Apocalypse. Tap for colorless or tap for red or green, but if you tap it for colored, each opponent gains a life. And then Horizon Canopy. You'll hear people talk about Canopy lands. This is the one that started it all. But it's the only one from an allied color pair that has this. Tap, pay a life, add add green or white, or tap 1 and tap it and pay 1, tap and sack it, draw a card. And then Dryad Arbor is Llanowar Elves from the opposite side. It's a land. So Llanowar Elves is a 1/1 creature that taps for green. Dryad Arbor is a 1/1 creature that taps for green, but instead of having a, but it has no mana cost because it's a land. rather than Llanowar Elves, which is a creature. Like it's a creature first with the ability to tap for mana. This is a land first with power and toughness. So it's like the same thing but the opposite direction. And then Zoetic Cavern, which taps for colorless and has morph too. So New Benalia I would play in any deck. Tolaria West basically largely just combo. Like New Benalia I would play in any deck that could support having an extra land that comes into play tapped. Well, any white deck that can support an extra land, because being able to just comes into play scry 1 is nice. You're looking at the tempos from like Theros without having to go too colored. Tolaria West, you're primarily looking at this for like usually for combo shenanigans. The primary thing to be looking for is I'm looking for a specific land. or I'm looking for a 0 mana card. That could be a Pact. That could be something like Lotus Petal or Mana Crypt. Usually it's mana or a Pact or a specific land. There may be rare circumstances when you want something else instead. Most of the time that's what you're looking for. Dagmar Salvage. I think if you expect people to play Armageddon effects, which I wouldn't in most situations, a high bracket 3 I might. So I might pack Dagmar Salvage then. Kilton Megalith. If I expect my hand to be empty relatively easily, then I'd play it. It certainly wouldn't like I I think once I hit bracket 3 I'm more likely to play it because I'm more likely to run across somebody who's playing uh like I think at that point you're more likely to play against like Nekusar Wheels or somebody playing with Waste Nod or something of that nature. Some deck that wants to make you pitch your hand regularly. Um, that being said, you might also be playing it like if you are actively trying to pitch your hand because you're building around being hellbent or whatever. Maybe. Llanowar Reborn, same kind of comment as New Benalia. Am I playing a green deck that doesn't mind having a land that enters tapped once in a while and has an interesting ability? In this case, an extra +1 counter I can throw on something else. uh, Nimbus Maze. Nimbus Maze I basically see as another twist on the Painlands. It's white-blue. It basically says, well, first of all, it taps for colorless. So if you're looking at the Painlands anyway, you might be interested in looking into Nimbus Maze. And if you have the one color, if you have the land that taps for, that has the one basic land type, this will tap for the other. So this will help fix your mana, surprisingly. You have a plains, this will tap for blue. You have an island, this will tap for white. So I actually like this more than some of the other ones. So yeah, Nimbus Maze. Again, if you're considering a Painland, Nimbus Maze is fine. River of Tears is a little more difficult to make it work well. It's most of the time it's going to tap for blue. If you've played a land this turn, it taps for black. If you've played a land, fetch lands don't count. Well, putting a fetch land into play counts. Getting a land from cracking a fetch is not going to count. Graven Cairns, black-red filter land, easy enough. It'll get you either color when you need it. Tap 1, tap it, get 2 mana. Again, much prefer these over the Sky Shroud Expanse. No, Sky Cloud Expanse, I think it was. Sky Cloud Expanse. Yeah. Much prefer them over Sky Cloud Expanse, etc. The ones from like Odyssey initially. Partly because those ones only filtered land. These guys actually tap for mana on their own. Grove of the Burn Willows. Honestly, unless you're trying to get a fast aggressive deck going on, then the life gain from Grove of the Burn Wilds probably is not going to make enough of the difference. Horizon Canopy, are you playing green and white? Have you got one of these, or can you get your hands on one of these? Throw it in your deck. The card draw is going to be very much appreciated. Dryad Arbor, it's a creature that you can sacrifice a fetch land to go get because it's also a forest. Zoetic Cavern is a creature is land that you can cheat into play by paying mana to get it out. Um, yeah. And then next week, we start with Lorwyn. And I might be looking at Austere Command to start off with. Bridges. No, not the bridges. Not Muldrifter. Springleaf Drum. There's Springleaf Drum that I keep talking about. Tap, hidden, tap, and untap creature you control. Add 1 mana of any color. Anyway, I need to let y'all go. This has run a little longer than I expected. I will see you guys next week. Pasta la pizza, everyone. Adios, amigos.